Celebration is back, baby. It's me, your old internet friend, Andy Gutierrez, kicking it here in beautiful downtown Anaheim, California for the glorious return of Star Wars Celebration. And I don't know about you, but I am ready for a weekend full of fun, two suns, and more Star Wars than I can handle. And I know there are thousands of Star Wars fans just like you and me inside and ready to party like the Gungans after the Battle of Naboo. This afternoon, we'll take you inside the throne room, or, inside the celebration stage for an audience with the Emperor, as Ian McDiarmid regales the audience with stories and never-before-heard tales of his time behind the cloak. And maybe, just maybe, we'll learn a little more about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Lightning fingers crossed. Then we'll take a look at an exciting new era of Star Wars as the creative visionaries behind Star Wars The High Republic reveal what's next for this exciting era. But it wouldn't be a Star Wars Celebration live stream if we were just streaming panels. Nah, we got a massive stage right here in the middle of the action, ready to bring you all sorts of surprise guests, exclusive reveals, and so much more. So join me and my fellow co-hosts, Anthony Carboni, Christina Ariel, Kristen Baver, Hector Navarro, and Jordan Hembrough, as we set a course for adventure and excitement. Because after a couple years away, a Star Wars fan definitely craves these things. So stick around, you never know who might stop by and say hello there. Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico, starts right now.
Live 2022 from the Anaheim Convention Center.
Wow, guys, hi. Woo! We missed you guys. How are you doing? Did you miss us?
Oh, we definitely missed you. Oh, it's been 3 long years, hasn't it, y'all? Oh, I love you too. In case you forgot or you don't know, I'm Anthony Carboni.
And I'm Andy Gutierrez.
And we are so excited to be back at Star Wars Celebration again. 3 years, man.
Wow, but it feels like coming home.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good. Anthony, you know what would be a really great way to kick this off, though?
What?
Let's roll some brand new teasers.
Yeah! Oh! You loved him in Rogue One. Now he's back to show you how it all started. This is your first look at the new Disney Plus series, Andor. Check it out.
They're so proud of themselves, so fat and satisfied.
They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
How amazing does that look?
Oh my God, it looks so good. I'm so excited.
I'm a sucker for Mon Mothma, man.
I'm a sucker for Cassian.
It looks so good.
Oh, I can't wait for Andor.
Do y'all like that?
So good. And on top of that, we have your very first look at the brand new series poster. Check it out. I lied. That's the only time I'm gonna lie to you guys this weekend. I promise.
It's that new. It's that new. There's some kid running. They're just handing it off to each other, Rogue One style.
Yeah, it's on a floppy disk,
It's
right?
gonna get here.
Yeah.
It's gonna get here. But just so you all know, Andor is coming to Disney Plus on August 31st with a 2-episode premiere.
But that's not the only new teaser we've got for you guys. Oh no. As we all know, Lucasfilm isn't just Star Wars. And beginning later this year, we're expanding into a world beyond a galaxy far, far away with a return to another epic world created by George Lucas. This is your first look at the Disney Plus sequel series to the beloved 1988 film, Willow.
There is a story of a child destined to be an empress, and the unlikely hero who would protect her.
There is a balance between all things. Light and shadow. Good and evil. When that balance is upset, the universe corrects.
The world needs you again. It needs your magic.
Into the unknown. That's where we must go.
I have waited 34 years!
I mean, you're a very excitable young man, but like,
No,
Anthony excited
this
about
is-
Willow is like next level.
This is it. Give me that sweet, sweet Ufgood magic. We got people turning into birds. We are petting sea monsters. It's all happening. It's finally official. Willow is coming to Disney Plus on November 30th.
Oh man. That's gonna be a really fun show. I can't wait. But do you know what else I'm excited for?
The brand new series we announced coming from executive producers John Watts, Christopher Ford, Jon Favreau, and Dave Filoni?
Oh, you mean Skeleton Crew, starring Jude Law? Coming to Disney Plus? I am beyond hyped for that. 2023 can't come fast enough.
We also have our first look at concept art of everyone's favorite archaeologist, Indiana Jones, back in action for the 5th time.
Oh, you know it. Let's see it.
Yes! Oh, I'm getting that pit is full of snakes. I'm getting only the penitent man shall pass.
I mean, hat. Give
I'm
me the
getting hat.
Give me the whip.
This is amazing. I love
Oh, it's beautiful.
just in a single piece of art, I love how much they have captured the entire mood and style and everything that I think of when I think of Indiana Jones. This is going to be amazing. Now that is how you start a celebration.
So good. So much to look forward to.
I'm already tired.
Okay, bye. No, we couldn't do what we're doing here on stage without the help from our amazing friends and co-hosts that'll be helping out here on the stage as well as on the convention floor all weekend. How about we bring them out, shall we?
Absolutely. Please give a huge Star Wars Celebration hello to Christina Ariel, Kristen Baver, Hector Navarro and Jordan Hembrow. Now, Christina, we said in an email that we were all gonna be dressing up today. Did you get that? Because you're a little underdressed.
You know, I just decided to underdress. I felt like if I went above and beyond, it'd just be too much.
I love it. I love it.
It's very light and flowy. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that movement.
That's great.
Hoop skirts for everyone.
Everybody look under your seats. Hoop skirts for everyone.
You get a hoop skirt. You get a hoop skirt. Everybody gets a hoop skirt.
Now, Christina, we are used to seeing you on the High Republic show, and aside from all the new High Republic goodness that's happening this weekend, what else are you looking forward to?
Just meeting people, saying hello. I'm super excited. Just seeing all of you guys in the crowd is really, really hype. And I mean, those trailers were just fantastic. I'm so excited. This is gonna be the coolest thing ever.
So wonderful. We just came right out the gate, didn't we? And Kristen, you're not only here from StarWars.com, you are a published Star Wars author now. Yes.
Thank you, Anthony.
And the host of This Week in Star Wars, our weekly Star Wars news show. So I gotta know, what are you excited for this weekend?
I'm pretty pumped for all of those reveals we already got. New trailer, new Andor, more Mon Mothma. I'm here for it.
Mothma.
I'm here for it. All the news. I want all the news.
Yes.
And Jordan, you spent plenty of time traveling the country talking to other Star Wars fans for our Star Wars stories who love that series. I did. So I know you're ready to mix it up out there. What makes Celebration so special for you?
You know what? Celebration is all about you guys. Yeah. It's all about the fans. It's everybody that has their own Star Wars story and their own fandom. I'm going to be out there on the floor all weekend talking to everyone. So come and see me, grab me, give me a hug, and tell me your Star Wars story.
Woo! And finally, Hector, welcome. This is your first Star Wars celebration. First time. What are you pumped for?
Wow. I don't know what to say other than that Andor trailer was amazing. How are we? Everything else this weekend is just like a cherry on top. I feel like the one thing I can say to describe how I feel right now is probably. That's how I feel.
I didn't know you had that in you, but I love it. I love it.
You've been holding it out on us.
Yeah, the entire time.
Wow, all right. Well,
Saving it for the stage.
Yeah, leave it all out here. This is all very exciting, obviously. We're so glad you guys are here. And Anthony and I feel the same way. Cameron is out there. Cameron Matthews, our hype man.
Yes.
The best in the biz. He's mixing up in the crowd again. What up, Cam?
Hello, everybody watching us on StarWars.com. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration 2022. 3 long years. It's amazing to be back here with the best Star Wars fans ever. You guys at home and right here in Anaheim. Who's excited to be here? Come on! The Force is strong. Yes, it is. And what I love about this Star Wars family that we have here, everyone gets involved, yeah? We're all celebrating responsibly. We're all having a great time. We've got some great cosplays there. Give some applause for the cosplay. Yeah? The kiddos are here looking amazing. And some are really getting creative with the masks right here. Look, can we get a close-up? Can we see this? Look at that. What's your name?
Jose.
No way, Jose. That's wonderful. Jose, where are you from?
Puerto Rico.
We're international, everybody. Puerto Rico. And we're so happy to have all of you along for the ride. Stick with us all weekend long. We're going to be bringing it all to you. And just coming up here, information of how you can connect with us from your home, from work. You're playing hooky from work? Good for you. Don't tell the boss. Good for you. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to send it back up to them. Thanks for joining us here at the Celebration Live stage.
Thanks, Cam. It's good to know everyone out there is just as excited as we are here on the stage.
Also, did you see those Padmes? They look so good.
Yes, very good.
Shout out to y'all, because you look amazing.
Unbelievable.
And it wouldn't be a Star Wars Celebration live stream if we didn't get you, the fans at home, involved with the show too. First things first, are you following all the official Star Wars social media handles? Andy, are you following?
Give it up for social media.
Social media. All right,
Follow
if
us
you're
on
not,
MySpace.
please do. Follow along.
Throughout the weekend, we want to hear from you online using the hashtag YesSWC 2022. Whatever you're excited about, looking forward to seeing, or just feeling like giving us a good old hello there. Hit us up throughout the weekend. You might just see yourself as part of the show.
Speaking of, we're launching an interactive poll on the official Star Wars Twitter page right now. Here it goes. What is the first thing you do at Star Wars Celebration? Do you buy exclusives, get a seat for the panels, head to the Celebration live stage, or find the droid I'm looking for?
What are we doing?
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Good answer.
I'm seeing exclusively C's and nothing else because that's what I choose. I see what I choose to see. Head on over to the Star Wars Twitter and let us know your answer. We'll be back later in the show with the results.
Also, before we go, can we give a quick shout out to the Belgian builders who made this incredible set? From the giant blast doors that all of our guests will walk through to the Kowakian monkey lizard cage that we'll be using as a table throughout the weekend.
And then as a snack after the show.
I'm hungry now.
Oh, I took it out of my diet. Plus, we have to give a massive shout out to the German fans that built this beautiful speeder bike behind me that I'm going to hitch a ride on by the end of the weekend. To the massive TIE fighter behind us. Not to mention all of the amazing fan groups like the 501st, Mando Mercs, Rebel Legion, Saber Guild, and more, filling out the backdrop here to make it feel like we're literally in Star Wars. Christina, I feel like we're literally in Star Wars. I know, I feel like we're actually on Navarro.
I'm always on Navarro. That's my last name almost. One letter off. That's my...
I love a good dad joke.
You get one.
5 minutes in, and the dad jokes are here.
So we're gonna take a look at how this set and stage came together and get ready to get this celebration going.
Stick around, we got lots more coming up right after this on Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
There is a story of a child destined to be an empress, and the unlikely hero who would protect her.
There is a balance between all things. Light and shadow. Good and evil. When that balance is upset, the universe corrects.
The world needs you again. It needs your magic.
Into the unknown. That's where we must go.
Oh, in 1988, two of our next three guests took us to the fantastical world of Nockmaar, where we met the sorcerer Willow Ufgood and the warrior Sorsha, who took on the evil Bavmorda in Willow. The other watched it a bunch as a kid. Now all three are back with a brand new series coming to Disney+. Please welcome to the stage Warwick Davis, Joanne Whaley, and executive producer and writer John Kasdan.
Wow.
I am overwhelmed. My heart is 3 sizes too big from that trailer. I have waited 34 years. How does it feel to be back?
It's incredible. I mean, it's thanks to many people in this room, apart from John, that we're here doing this, because they're the fans who have kept this alive all these years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Joanne, how's it feeling for you?
Well, I just can't believe it. It's so, I never thought I would ever see this day. I heard rumblings over the years and nothing ever came of it. And I thought, oh, well, maybe it would kind of be a shame to have to go back. And then when this came up, and the scripts are so good, and it's unbelievable. I'm like, yes, please. Like, I'm so thrilled to be here. It's unbelievable.
And, you know, speaking of these scripts and coming back, John, I know this is something that you have been wanting to do for so long.
Absolutely. And I mean, I was texting you last night about this. I feel like we were on a chat. I was wandering around downtown Disney, and Anthony was like commenting on my Instagram post. I was like, have you seen the trailer yet? He's like, not yet. But I've been waiting 34 years for it.
Well, I feel like even when we were talking about Solo, you and I got into a discussion about Willow, because this thing is such a cult classic. People are so in love with this. This is one of the films, my sister and I, we wore out videotapes. Videotapes are what movies would come on before the internet. What did it take to kind of get this to come back? How did it happen?
I'll tell you a funny story about that, which is that the first time we were on the Solo set, I met Warwick. I wanted to be introduced. I knew he was there. We were in the Canary Islands. I went up to him. I said, Warwick, I'm going to convince them to do a Willow series. It's going to be great. He looked at me like, yeah, I've been talking about this for years. I was like, great. We're both going to do it. Fantastic. I walked away. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to convince anyone to do that. And then...
and I feel like you turned around,
Warwick,
Warwick,
and you were like, tell Warwick that like I couldn't do it. And then Ron Howard came and worked with us on Solo, and it was like everything came together. Ron, Warwick, myself, we pushed it through, and before we knew it, we were on set. I was calling Joanne saying like, you're coming back. We're making a true sequel. And one of the fun things about this, you know, I'm as big a Star Wars fan as anyone in the world. I'm excited for Andor. I'm excited for all these things. But with Willow, we got the opportunity to truly make a sequel and to see what happens to these characters, where those adventures go, what threats are still out there in the world from the movie, and who's going to have to face them and answer the question, what happened to Elora Danan?
Yes.
And John did such a great job with the scripts. I mean, you know, the original movie, think about it, it's very funny, a lot of comedy, and John brought all that to the series as well. So it's not only magical and adventurous, but it's funny as well.
Yeah. What do you think it was about the original Willow that people really just loved and latched onto? Because you said it was funny. I remember some dark moments really stuck with me as a kid, but like in a good way. What do you think it is about Willow that people love?
I think it was the charming lead actor.
Okay. All right. Joanne, what do you think it was about Willow that people love?
Well, I mean, think of the movie. There were so many great characters. There was somebody everyone could identify with in there. It was a great adventure as well. And we all want a bit of escapism, which is exactly what Willow offered.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. Joanne, what was it about the original Willow that you loved?
I don't know. I don't think you can ever second guess these things. I mean, except to say that it's kind of a classic. You know, if you look at like Grimm's fairy tales and all the old folk tales, it has all the same elements, all the archetypes, the good and evil, the goodness that prevails, the families, the values, and it has all those ingredients that are in all those folk tales worldwide. Yes. And it's funny, and it was epic, and and then so who knows? I mean, people really
and Mad Mardigan.
And Mad Mardigan.
I mean, we can't say enough about Mad Mardigan, and he's a huge part of this story and this series, and we knew we wanted to. Val has been in communication with Joanne and I, and Mad Mardigan is a character in the story, and while we didn't get to shoot with him on season 1, we've made him a major figure in the story. And Joanne, I think, were you talking to him today?
Yeah, no, last night. I was sick because I was letting him know that I was coming today, and I said, I think there's going to be like fans there who love Willow and things, and they know they're going to want to hear something from you. And he was just so touched that there's such love for this project and his character, Mad Mardigan, and he just would be here if he could, but he can't make it today.
Let's show some celebration love for Val Kilmer.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Val Kilmer. And we do promise there is only one Mad Mardigan in the universe, and it is Val Kilmer.
Wonderful. I love to hear it. You know, talking about these classic characters, let's talk about how they've changed, right? Like, I definitely saw a gravity and a seriousness in Willow Ufgood that we probably did not see in that original.
No, it's nice. I mean, I'm a lot older now, and I certainly feel it. So it's nice to go back and visit the character again. Now I'm older and wiser myself. And John has written him in such a way now he's older. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders in this series, a lot of responsibility, and he doesn't really carry it well. He's still reluctant, basically, to be doing this.
Yeah.
So for me, there was a lot more kind of meat to the character. So it was a privilege to go back and do this again. It really was.
I love this as, Willow in the first one was being escorted by these very serious adventurers that understood the world. And now to see Willow kind of ushering what looks like a band of younger adventurers through this same world is really wonderful to see.
Yeah, and believe me, I mean, when you're an actor of my age now, having all these young actors come in and work with you makes you feel a lot older. Trying to keep up with them, I mean, just the banter on set. I was like, guys, just slow down a minute. I'm trying to focus here. Honestly, I was just speaking with Harrison Ford just now, and
you've heard of him? You've heard of Harrison Ford? Okay.
A good name drop, that wasn't it? But I mean, we were both kind of reflecting on the fact that we're a lot older, revisiting the same characters and how it feels. It feels good, and it's lovely when you get such a great response from the audience, because it makes all the effort you've made worthwhile.
It was so funny. Warwick and Harrison were talking backstage when we were doing our presentation, and I was like, excuse me, guys, I need to get a picture of the two of you. because to see those two legends just standing there like, yeah, we're back. Yeah. It was pretty cool.
Just chilling in the back, just like, yeah, it's just us. It's not a big deal. No big deal. How did it feel for you, John, kind of coming in? I mean, the last few years for you, you've been walking around in this galaxy, in this Star Wars universe, and now you are sort of bringing life into another universe that George Lucas created. What was it like to sort of come back?
It's such a gift. You know, it's one that George loves. It's always been one of his favorite things, and he's always been determined to make more Willow. And when I heard that, and when I heard it from Kathy, I thought, this is an opportunity. No one's better than Warwick. No one is more of a movie star than Warwick. And I thought we had the pieces to make it happen.
Yeah.
And we put him with some annoying young kids that can bother him for a little while. Like, who wouldn't watch that? So we figured that out, and we found a great cast to sort of follow Warwick and keep up that idea that he is like a dad who has to care for a bunch of people who don't usually do what he tells them to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. And you know, Warwick, you've been kind of navigating through this Lucasfilm universe for the last 40 years. Joanne, you're kind of stepping back in after a little bit. What does it feel like to kind of come back to this sort of film and this sort of like approach to filmmaking?
Well, I just had the best time doing this. And even coming here today, I was a bit kind of nervous. Like this morning, I was thinking, oh my God, I don't know what it's going to be like. It's going to be so... But what's really, I was saying to Warwick, literally, before we came over to this building, that it's so incredible that this big thing happens that is actually about the fans, and that the fans actually do have power, and that their influence is hugely important. So, and that there's a place where that all happens, and they can... You know, and it's really nice for the actors to get to meet some fans, because unless you're doing a play in the theater, you never would have that opportunity. So it's really nice to, even though it's a big, scary thing, when you're thinking about it as an actor, thinking, oh my God, I've got to go and do a press thing, it's actually been an absolute pleasure.
Oh. These people are absolute sweethearts, and I can tell you that they are huge fans of Willow, and that we are so excited to see you all back and to see this series happen. Thank you so much, the three of you, for coming by, and thank you. Literally, I've been waiting for 34 years. Thank you for coming back and making more Willow. Let's take one more look at this Willow trailer. It is so wonderful. We have more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming up after this.
There is a story of a child destined to be an empress, and the unlikely hero who would protect her.
There is a balance between all things. Light and shadow. Good and evil. When that balance is upset, the universe corrects.
The world needs you again. It needs your magic.
Into the unknown. That's where we must go.
Star Wars on YouTube is the premier destination for new and exclusive Star Wars content every week. From brand new trailer debuts to never before seen behind the scenes reveals, Star Wars on YouTube is the channel you need to be subscribed to for up to the second Star Wars news and information. Plus, exciting original series like This Week in Star Wars.
Ahsoka Tano is on her way.
Fast-paced energy, fresh stories.
Dispatches from the Halcyon.
Star Wars Galactic starcruiser is the first of its kind experience in the world.
And the High Republic show.
Nope, she was just waiting for the perfect moment to blow up the temple.
That bring fans the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to Star Wars on YouTube today.
For generations of fans, Willow has been a part of their childhoods. Now, for a whole new generation of actors are headed to a fantastical world of Willow to entertain and inspire people all over the world. Here from the new Willow series are Ruby Cruz, Ellie Bamber, and someone you Star Wars fans might know as Enfys Nest, Erin Kellyman. Welcome to Celebration, ladies. We're gonna have to get together We're gonna have to do like a Willowbration next year. Same place, same time. Erin, you're no stranger to Star Wars Celebration, but last time you were here for Solo. You know, what's it like coming back for a different role, a different series, and a whole different world?
It's incredible. The welcome is so overwhelming as it was before. It's incredible. The vibe at Star Wars Celebration is just the best. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like getting a big hug. Yeah. And now you're jumping from one Lucasfilm title to another. Tell me what that transition was like for you and coming back to Lucasfilm.
It was overwhelming. I think it's always kind of strange to be doing these kind of big roles, but it's incredible. It's incredible. I feel so blessed.
And now, you guys were probably not even born yet when Willow came out, but you're experts now. Can you tell me about what your experience was like with Willow before you created this show?
I'd never seen Willow before I auditioned, but then I watched it and I immediately fell in love with it. I was watching it during the daytime as well, so I had to kind of try and board up my windows so that no light was coming through. But yeah, I just totally fell in love with it and Warwick's performance in that and the message of hope.
How about you?
I had a similar experience. I hadn't seen it before now, but at this point I feel like I've seen it 10 times. So I did, though, once I'd gotten this role, I told my best friend Amelia, and she was like, I grew up watching this movie with my dad. This is a movie that I didn't even remember existed that now is blossomed in my mind and bringing back so many memories. So that was really special to me.
No pressure, right? I feel like there is a good deal of pressure coming into a role like this. What is it like being part of a story that's being picked up again after so many years?
I feel like it was so important to try to uphold the legend that is Willow, but also bring some new contemporary twists and the topics we sort of talk about are very current and very relatable to so many different types of people, which is really cool. Yeah.
And about relationships that we have with other humans as well, and how important they are, and how through life we just have such meaningful experiences because of the people around us.
Exciting. So what can you tell us about your characters? We need all the spoilers. I need to know about their entire family history. Tell us everything.
I played Jade, Kit's best friend. Oh, sorry, I just ruined that. But I grew up in the castle, and I'm training to be a knight of Galadorn. Yeah.
And I'm as she mentioned, Kit.
Sorry.
I am a princess. I'm actually Saoirse and Mad Mardigan's daughter, which is really exciting.
Whoa.
Yeah. I don't love my role as a princess, but I'm figuring it out.
What? Magic.
But magic, it's fun.
Yeah.
I play Dove, and I'm in love with Kit's brother, basically. And I'm a kitchen maid, and I just spend my time in the castle, and yeah, I make food for everyone.
That's super exciting. That's where I'd be.
Big chef. Loved all the cooking. It was great.
Chef representation.
Yeah.
Did you have to do any special research for your roles? Did you have to learn how to create fantasy food or magic?
I love cooking and I love food, so I think that I just continued on that vibe. And I was eating all of the prop food on set, and I got told off a few times.
Sword fighting is something that we had to learn, which was just insane. Like, you don't. It's weird to go to work and then learn how to sword fight. It's like,
But you have some experience with that. I mean, Memphis Nest was a pretty physical role.
Yeah, it was. But that was different. It was like a whole staff. It was like, I don't know. Sword fighting it was intense, but it was a lot of fun.
I can't wait to see it. Is there anything that you guys want to say to the fans before they see Willow?
You're gonna be blown away.
It's true. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed it making it.
We had such a great time shooting.
Oh, it looks fantastic. We can't wait to see it. Thank you guys so much for coming, and enjoy your first celebration. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Everybody looks amazing.
And stick around, guys. We've got more surprise guest interviews coming up in a few minutes. You really don't want to miss them here at Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
You've taken your first step into a larger world. This is the way. Punch it!
Celebrate every moment, every hero, every story that lives on.
The Force will be with you always.
Only on Disney Plus.
One day you're directing a voice actor in the role of a Mandalorian. The next, you and that voice actor are teaming up to create an entire new galaxy of stories for Star Wars. They're the busiest people at Lucasfilm. You know them. You love them. Give it up for Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni! That just happened. I think you guys are a little excited, huh? All right. Thank you guys for your excitement. I feel like you should bow.
Well,
that's exciting.
That was so cool. Well, I told you guys it was gonna be good, and I don't like to fib, so here we go.
The cage.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, I have to ask, did you expect The Mandalorian to become such a global phenomenon?
Honestly, I was just happy to get to make Star Wars, And Dave and I were working on it. It was a small project at the time because there were movies happening and there was a lot going on in Star Wars. And we were small, and Disney Plus hadn't even launched yet. So we had no idea it would become such a big cultural presence, especially the characters, especially Mandalorian and Baby Yoda are everywhere. So I think we were really benefited from iconic characters, but I think also people really, it felt like people really connected with those characters at a time when, a lot of us were locked inside. We didn't have a lot to do. Theaters were closed. And so these little stories started popping up in people's homes. And thank you to everybody here for signing up this is why we get to do what we love to do. So thank all of you.
Now, in this era of spoilers and leaks, how do you keep exciting reveals like, I don't know, Grogu, the return of Luke Skywalker? How do you keep those moments secret up until the moment they air?
It's really, really difficult. We don't even tell most everybody on set what's going on all the time, and that's not always as intentional. We come up with little code names and things. I think we think of how we would have felt deceived as fans ourselves and try to think like that. And smart a fox by being a fox, right?
It's like trying to wrap Christmas presents with everybody running around the house. So
and then we forget sometimes that people coming in, like Rosario, didn't even know that she was in a scene with Luke because we kept calling him Plo Koon, which...
That was his nickname.
When we made that the code, remember we thought, well, that makes sense because people think that I would bring him back because people know I like that character. But, and I like... But we didn't.
We even have, you could see some of the artwork, the production art. We wouldn't even have them draw Luke Skywalker in. We had them draw that.
We had these awesome paintings of Plo Koon. And I'm like, I only get to see this. No one else got to see this. We thought of putting them in, though, at one point.
We even had a CGI head from that character so that when you saw the dailies or the editing room, it looked like that was the characters. We actually paid for visual effects that we didn't use just to fool people who are working on the show.
I think that was well worth it. And there was a lot of surprise. Also, speaking of return characters, the hat is back.
Oh, well, I'm shooting now, so I wear this more when I'm
just so you all know, Dave is actually just began the Ahsoka series. He's directing. So they're filming right now, and he drove all the way here, and as soon as he gets off stage here, I think you have one more panel, and then you go all the way back to Manhattan Beach to film.
I gotta be there.
We couldn't miss this.
It's the most fun every day. I can't even tell you.
I will say, seeing the chair and the hat on it the other day was a very exciting moment. Now, if you had to pick, what is your favorite part about making Star Wars? Besides the fact that you're actually making Star Wars.
Yeah, that's hard. I don't know.
The answer's in the question.
I know.
It was, I was an usher in a movie theater when Return of the Jedi was in theaters, and I was there watching from the audience. And it's always something I loved and always worked its way into like little mentions and other things I've written or done. But just for all the stars to align that I would be able to write a story and that we would have a medium to do it in, and to have Kathy and everybody at Lucasfilm be open to me bringing an idea to them. And then also the big part is me and Dave getting to know each other from all the way back at Skywalker Ranch when I was mixing Iron Man, he was making Clone Wars, and I was the first person not at Lucasfilm to see Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's right.
And I said, if you ever need an extra voice role, and that's how I ended up being a Mandalorian.
Yeah. I think the way to explain it for me is like, I sit down at a computer and I write a story. I write a moment. And I talk to John. I say, I think Ahsoka could know this kid's name because she would be able to speak somehow with him that only a Jedi could intuit. And then you write that scene, and there's trees and a creek, and Mando's there, and Grogu's there, and Ahsoka's there. And then you go over the costumes in great detail, and you talk about fabrics. You build this thing over several months leading up to a moment where you walk through the doors of a stage, and there's the forest, and there's the child, and there's Ahsoka, and she kneels down, and it's awesome. And I love it. And it's awesome. And it never stops being that awesome. And it's the whole crew, it's everybody involved. It's not just one person, because we know the only person it really was George. And he created this, and we get to play in it. And that is like, I think the spirit of everything we should be doing is, he's hopefully looking over all of this and still guiding it, because he left us such a great galaxy to play in, and that's how I feel about it. So
it's a beautiful sandbox. Now, aside from your cameo, were there any other Filoni things that you've snuck into The Mandalorian, like you did with Rebels and the Space Wolves?
Well, it's not really sneaking it in. The wolves were like right there, right? So I wasn't really snuck in. He thought it'd be really good for me to get on camera. I debated that because I'm like, I don't think the quality of the show goes up if I'm an X-Wing pilot. I think the quality of the show goes down. I told him I'd do it if Rick and Deb did it. So then it was the three of us, and I was joking, but he didn't think I was joking, and he held me to it. And now there are action figures that he makes me sign. He bought a whole case.
I got a whole case.
I'm like, what are you doing with that? He's like, I want you to sign it. This is for my future. I'm like, you don't even, what are you talking about?
They've gone up in value. Yeah. You think NFTs are good.
This is the definition of a peg warmer. I'm sorry. I just don't see it that way. But no, I mean, there's all kinds of little things here and there. There's one thing I do in particular that I don't think anyone will ever see, but a lot of my influence comes from, obviously, George, and then George's mentor is Akira Kurosawa. And so I've done a lot of study of that and talking with George about it. So I have a really small Akira Kurosawa figure, and he is in every episode I've directed somewhere in the set. And so I hide him in there, and when we shoot an episode I'm directing, he's always right by the monitors to remind me of a lot of his principles of filmmaking that he gave to George. So he's kind of like another kind of influence on what I'm doing. But he's in there, but it'd be very hard to see him. And there are little Pittsburgh homages because I love my hometown. So you'll see little golden triangles here and there, and but the Penguins got eliminated, so it's kind of a bummer of a time. This is really helping lift
Listen,
me
half
up.
this audience is gonna go home and rewatch everything and look for that.
That's okay, but by the way, that works for us because it helps that Disney Plus thing, and we get to make more shows. So go rewatch it all you want. I'm all for that.
Now, how has your working dynamic changed since the early days of developing season 1?
Our dynamic.
Well, our dynamic hasn't changed much. It's just now we have so much more to do. So I was very spoiled in the beginning by having Dave. Anytime I wrote a scene or a half of a script or a script, I could send it to him. He'd call me right back. We'd talk about it. And now, because of the success of Star Wars on Disney Plus, Dave's now doing the Ahsoka show. And so now it's a sort of the reverse where he's writing stuff, sending it to me. I'm commenting on that. So it's a really interesting flip on it because now I'm starting to see the vision that he's come up with, not just over the last, over just these last few months, but for a decade as he's been dealing with these characters. So to see the fruition of those characters and to be able to talk to Dave, and now we have a shorthand because when he started off, he came out of animation. Now he's a very experienced live action director. And so now it's like director, writers, producers talking together about the best way to tell a story that's so personal to Dave.
Yeah.
I cannot put into words what an exciting moment this is for me as a human. And I just want to thank you both so much for taking time out of your...
Can I invite the people here to something? We just announced in the panel that there's something called the Mandalorian Experience. And we brought a lot of props and set pieces and droids down here, and it's free, and you could go to the Fairview Portals Instagram or the Star Wars Celebration app. If you're here, sorry people at home, but if you're here, you could go on down and check out all of our sets and costumes and everything. It's available to you.
Go do the thing. Again, thank you guys so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and spend time with me. And I will say thank you again for all that you and the various cast and crew have done for Star Wars. Stick around, we've got lots more from Anaheim today here on Star Wars Celebration Live, and we'll be back in a minute.
Hey guys, Hector here. We are at the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes booth here at Celebration, and I'm talking to Scott. Scott, before we jump in, let everybody know, what is your official title and what are we going to be talking about right now?
Marketing producer, and we'd love to talk to you about both our title and the booth.
Let's do it. Okay, first, the title. What's going on with Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes?
You know, we're kind of on an Inquisitors Fest right now, and one thing I'd love to say about our title, our game is one of the only places in the galaxy where pretty much any character from any era can get together. They can meet on the holotables and beat the stuffing out of each other. So if you can see behind us here, we've got these two Inquisitors that are featuring in Obi-Wan coming out Friday.
On Disney Plus.
On Disney Plus. But one of the nice things about our game is because of our ability to combine different eras and different franchises, we've got the entire family here together.
All of the Grand Inquisitors in one place.
All of the Inquisitors together as a family.
How excited were you guys when you realized that you would be tackling some of these characters in the game?
You know, our designers, they love the franchise more than anything else. So to do something that's actually current, that's actually relevant, but also to tie it together and make a new faction within our game and really design towards that, they were absolutely over the moon.
I love it. Star Wars is all one big happy family. That's fantastic. So we are here at the booth at Celebration 2022. We're back. Tell us what's special with this booth this year.
You know, we've got a couple different things. Of course, we're going to be talking to new players and old. For any existing players, we actually have a design team. They're prepared to talk to anybody about some of the more intricate features of our game. We've got this section for presentations, photo opportunities, and we've got T65 X-Wing on the other side.
Wait, you guys have? Say that again. I feel like Sam Neill in Jurassic Park. Say that again.
We have a T65 X-Wing with lights and a seat, and you can get in there and take a photo op.
This is a photo op in an X-Wing?
In an X-Wing.
Let's go take a look. We have to check this out. I'm in an X-Wing. I'm in the cockpit of an X-Wing right now at Star Wars Celebration. Guys, come by the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes booth to get your own photo op in this beautiful, beautiful machine. And if you haven't downloaded the game yet, check it out on Google Play or the App Store. Scott, this just in, there was something else that you definitely wanted to talk about. Let us know.
One thing we're also excited about here at the booth is our collaboration with Star Wars The Old Republic. So we actually worked with them on a couple different things this year. I'm not sure if you can get the shot over there, but we've got a stand-up of our own version of Darth Malgus, who came over to our game from Star Wars The Old Republic.
That is incredibly exciting. Star Wars fans are going to be psyched about that.
We're psyched about it as well, and our friends from Star Wars: The Old Republic, they will be visiting our booth 3 times during the event. We're going to have design conversations. They're going to have a poster signing. They're also going to have a story and narrative session.
Oh, that is awesome. And all that information is available online so that fans can know when to appear at this booth.
Absolutely. We'll be blasting it out from both products.
For years, she's been the voice of a fan favorite Mandalorian, and now she's playing the live-action version of the character she originated, Bo-Katan. And we learned this morning, heck yeah, that she is returning for the 3rd season of The Mandalorian. Please welcome Katie Sackhoff. Where my Mando's at, guys?
I accidentally brought my phone here, so I'm sorry. Just hide it there.
So, Katie, welcome to Celebration. Welcome back to Star Wars. I mean, now that you've brought Bo-Katan to life in animation and in live action, I mean, this character has had such an amazing journey. Can you tell me what it was like in those initial meetings when you learned that you were going to be taking this animated character and bringing her to life?
Absolutely. I mean, come on, lucky girl, right? I know. It just doesn't happen. I remember Celebration 2018 in Chicago. I cornered Dave Filoni. And I said, so I hear about this show, Mandalorian. And my character's not dead. So, how good of friends are we? He said it was already in the works, but I like to think that I had some sway. And so that was what, came to fruition that in Chicago. However, I didn't believe anything was actually going to happen. And I got a phone call that Jon Favreau wanted to sit down with me. So I looked at my husband and I was like, what? Who? Oh my God, okay. So I go in and I'm sitting there. It takes me 20 minutes to figure out that my face is already on the wall as this character. It took me so long to realize that he was asking me if I wanted to be in the show. And I remember almost diving over the table, being like, are you kidding? I think an expletive came out of my mouth.
Of course.
I was like, of course I'll do it. Are you crazy?
Yeah. So what was it like bringing a character that you originated in animation to life? I mean, did it change your performance for Bo-Katan at all, or?
It did, absolutely. I showed up on my first day when I finally put on my wardrobe. It was my makeup test.
Cool.
Dave was there. We might have shed a few tears. And it was just so strange to see her in live action. We spent so much time making sure that her freckles were right and that her scar was on her face and that she had her eyebrows just perfect, that I never stopped to ask how she actually moved. Because I'd been playing the character for so long, it never occurred to me that I haven't actually been playing the character. And so all of a sudden, like a couple days before we go to shoot, I'm having to question how to move my face as Bo-Katan. Which I'd never thought of. And I felt so unprepared. But Bryce Dallas Howard held my hand all the way through it. Amazing, right? Amazing director.
Yeah.
She's so, if I could, I would follow that woman anywhere.
I mean, and that's just the strength of this show. I mean, everyone that is involved in it is really just such a huge fan and they have such deep love for the character. I'm sure it's just kind of like, once you got out there, it was like, oh, this is the most natural thing in the world for me.
You think so, huh?
It seems like it.
I think that I know her backstory at this point. I know it very well. And she does sort of feel like a piece of me at this point. Although I do feel like I do have to fight Dave Filoni's wife for it, because she is based off of her. So.
Yes, Anne's here somewhere.
Anne is here. And I saw her scowl today, and it is definitely Bo-Katan's scowl.
It's so good,
Let's be honest.
It's
it
really
is.
intimidating.
Yeah.
I love her.
Yeah.
So what is it about Bo-Katan that you think has resonated so deeply with fans over the years?
You know, first of all, I think that Bo is just a phenomenally cool character.
Yeah.
Right?
She really is, yeah.
Super cool. She's also deeply flawed. And I think that people have enjoyed watching her grow and change and evolve as a character, and she hasn't stayed stagnant. She's learning her lessons. She's figuring out the mistakes that she's made. She's potentially, you know, she's paid the price for a lot of mistakes, and she's having to deal with that. And I think that fans can resonate with that sort of like growth and that guilt and that making mistakes and trying to atone.
Yeah, she's a very complex character.
Yeah.
Now, when you come out here to Celebration, this is like the best family reunion in the world, and you're no stranger to the convention circuit. What's so special about coming to this event for you?
You know, this is so different. I've been coming to conventions now for, I'm so gonna age myself, but like 20 years. I remember my first convention for Battlestar, and I was not prepared. I was not prepared for the love that comes from sci-fi fans. And the love that comes from Star Wars fans is unlike anything else. So, yeah, it really is a family, and you guys just, you know, welcomed this character, and I'm, you know, so grateful.
What has been the most rewarding part for your personal Star Wars journey?
Oh my gosh. You know, I think taking her and seeing her from the very beginning, it's very similar to why she resonates so well with the fans, is that I love the growth and the change of this character, the way that she's morphed. You're in for a lot of fun surprises.
Oh boy. I can't wait, guys. Season 3 of Mandalorian. Obviously, we are all very much looking forward to that. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for your continuing work in Star Wars.
Absolutely.
We can't wait to see you in season 3.
Thank you, guys.
And you guys, stick around. There is so much more Star Wars Celebration Live. We will be back in just a moment.
This week and every week, tune in for This Week in Star Wars for the latest and greatest news from around the galaxy far, far away with me, your host, Kristen Baver. Check out all the Star Wars news. It's a new year, and that means news stories in Star Wars The High Republic. We got a look at key supporting characters, exclusive reveals. Ahsoka Tano is on her way. But first, a new trailer, special guests.
Fast pace, energy, fresh stories.
I'm so proud of this little piece of work.
Let them come.
The occasional furry co-host, and a whole lot of fun sprinkled throughout. Buckets of Blood has arrived on the scene. Forever. Come on. You know, I actually do really like sand. No, dude, you're too late. For all that and more, join us every Thursday at noon on StarWars.com and the official Star Wars YouTube channel.
When you've been a generational vessel for the dark side, you probably have a lot to say. Plus, it doesn't hurt that your laugh can frighten an entire galaxy and you can shoot lightning out of your fingers. No big deal. Here to share more about his experiences behind the dark cloak of Sheev Palpatine, it's time for Ian McDiarmid and Audience with the Emperor live from Star Wars Celebration Anaheim. Enjoy!
welcome to the stage Emperor Palpatine himself, Ian McDiarmid.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry about this. I'm cutting back on electricity.
Well, you know what? It's good to conserve.
Good
It's
to
best
see you.
to keep that energy. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be here.
It's a delight to have you here. And you know, I think the last time you were at a Star Wars celebration was about 10 years ago.
Think you're right, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you find, enjoyable and meaningful about coming back to these celebrations and interacting with fans?
Well, it's these guys, They're sort of, you are the point of it all. And it's great for me because, as you know, I do a bit of theater work, and Star Wars is terrific, but I really like being in front of an audience because, it's a two-way process, and anything can go wrong, and a few things could go right, and maybe now and again, as you've just proved, you can laugh.
And that's it. Like, we all need to laugh, and we all need more joy. Though, I want to go back in time a little, and I've heard a story when you were younger that you saw a show in Dundee, Scotland, and you described how the experience really captivated you, and you could still kind of see the faces of the performers years on. And I want to hear that story again and learn a little about what made it so captivating for you.
Just to start, yes, acting about, yeah. Well, when I was a kid at school, I'd be about 10 years old now, I think, and the class were going to perform a sort of mime, a kind of dance thing, in front of the choir. And the choir was singing Waltzing Matilda, the great Australian national song. And Waltzing Matilda is about this tramp, character part straight away. And the teacher said, all of those who would like to audition for the part, put their hands up. And to my great surprise, shy boy that I was, this hand went straight up in the air. And so they said, well, wait your turn, there's another 10 people in front of you. And I watched those 10 people, and I had real self-confidence to think I could maybe do it a little better than them. And I didn't know why I thought that. And I went out anyway, I did it, and I got the part. And I realized there was something inside me that needed to do it. So when people say, why did you become an actor? How did that happen? The answer is, I don't know really, because it sort of happened to me. Anyway, went on and did that show about this tramp who at one point had to dive into a waterhole, billabong is the Australian term for it. And I dived into this rubber dinghy. I mean, not very far, I just crouched down. And the last lines of the song are something, "You'll never take me alive," said he, putting his hand up in the air. And that occasioned my first review from a young girl, same age as mine, who I was rather attracted to, I have to admit, even at that young age. And she said, "Ian, enjoyed the show, but you've just demonstrated what it's like to have constipation." So as far as reviews are concerned, it's been downhill ever since. Not really.
Well, you know what? Someone's got to display that and show it that.
Yeah.
Well, I also have heard you say since childhood that you've always been interested in playing villains, that you think they're the most interesting characters.
Yeah.
Which I think that worked out pretty well for you.
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, in carrying on my young career, when our gang, around the corner, when we used to play games, Robin Hood was a popular one. And I always wanted to play the baddie. And they said, well, it's the Sheriff of Nottingham. But I'd done my research. And I said, no, it's King John. He's even worse. So even in those days, I was after the worst person in the world. I didn't know, of course, that I was going to be the worst person in the universe. I mean, to think I'm worse than Darth Vader, that's something, Yeah.
Well, you know, and we are here to celebrate Star Wars, if you've heard that. So let's jump a little to some Star Wars talk.
Okay.
Let's go back to Return of the Jedi, which was shooting principal photography 40 years ago in 1982.
I know.
I am, yep. Sorry.
I was an old man then, I'm an older man now.
Was this opportunity, you know, something you aspired to, or did you see this as an unexpected challenge? Like, I'm going to try something new, I'm going to join this.
Well, I mean, George cast me because I could, at 37, believe it or not, I guess, you know, be convincing as a very old person. And the casting director, the great Mary Selby, had seen me in a play playing the aged Howard Hughes. Well, a creation of Howard Hughes. He was called Henry Hackamore in the great Sam Shepard's play, Seduced. And it was in a studio theater, much smaller than this. And so I guess she said to George, this guy, he's relatively young, 37, who's probably going to be convincing as this old person, you know, 120. So that's why I got the interview. And George took Mary's word for it, so that's why I got the part. So it was a very unusual and sort of stimulating occasion. And then I still think this, actually. I mean, I woke up then one morning and thought, my God, I'm in Star Wars. And I still do that on a regular basis, actually. And now I'm in all of those films. Not as many as Anthony Daniels. Where is he? Where is he? I can't believe he's not shouting that out. He must be here somewhere. But I've, you know, it's happened 3 times. There was the first meeting with George, and then for the prequels, the second meeting with George, and then for the 3rd time, a phone conversation and a subsequent meeting with J.J. Abrams. So you know the phrase, 3rd time lucky. Well, I always think I've been lucky 3 times.
I think we're the lucky ones there as well, I gotta say. Well, and you know, you mentioned you've worked across the 3 trilogies now, and I'm curious, you work with a young Mark Hamill, and then Hayden Christensen, and then Daisy Ridley. How has it been, you know, interacting with these new generations, and have you learned anything from them as you?
Yes, it's odd. I can tell you my age. You've looked it up anyway, so it's no secret. I'm 78, but as I go on, you know, from then, the sequence you've just outlined, I always find you can learn so much from people younger than you. And also, in a sense, they keep you young, which isn't too helpful if you're playing an old man, but you know what I mean. And that kind of energy has always really stimulated me. And I was talking to some friends the other day. Even when I was much younger, I always seemed to be the oldest person in the room. You know, I was usually playing older parts, older than my age, and I'd look around and everyone was a bit younger than me. So I've always grown up, not so much with my peers, but with people younger than me, and it hasn't done me any harm at all.
I just think you're an old soul, is what that's about. And
is it? Okay.
Yes. That's what I choose to think about when I think about how Return of the Jedi was 40 years ago.
Well,
and I was like,
yeah.
That's been some time. So talking about the Emperor, you know, Star Wars really has some elements of being a silent movie, and so much of what the Emperor does is with facial expressions and these kind of grand gestures. What was it like finding that character through these subtle but really powerful ways?
Yeah, I suppose I had a big advantage in that makeup, you know, and when I was offered the part, I didn't know what it was, and then my agent leafed through his files, you know, desultory, and said, oh, he's called the Emperor of the Universe. And I thought, oh, yeah, well, we'll be doing it then. And that had a sort of strange, stunning effect on me. And I think probably when I first got into the room with a mirror, and Nick Dudman, the great makeup artist who went on to do the Harry Potter series and all sorts of things, and he slowly put this stuff on my face. And latex, as it was then, nowadays they use silicone, which sounds sort of sinister and digital, but it's not. It's just stuff that sticks better. And bit by bit, he created this face. And I thought, oh my God, that's what he looks like, is it? I knew he was going to be old, but I didn't know he was going to be completely hideous and look like the worst reptile you'd ever seen in your life. But then I thought, that's great, and I'll have to find a voice that goes with it. So and also the voice had been, suggested in The Empire Strikes Back by Clive Revill, wonderful actor. But he'd nothing to work with, really. I mean, he saw the person who was playing the part, presumably, when he was doing the recording. And he just sounded a bit like Clive, more sinister than usual. And I thought, well, if Clive had seen the kind of face he would have ended up in had he been playing the part, he would have changed his voice. But the inspiration for me came, well, I've mentioned reptile and toad and so on. So the sort of, that kind of, sort of, not to be too vulgar. Have you had your lunch about it? But sort of on the vomit, just, that kind of thing. And no disrespect here, because he was brilliant. I saw a Japanese actor in a Greek play playing in Japanese the character of Medea, the man playing a woman, extraordinarily brilliantly. And he seemed to get his voice for this woman who is, very understandably in a very bad way, from the depths of his stomach. I mean, most resonance in the theater, I can't do it now because this microphone distorts everything, but I mean, it's a good microphone. Yes, no disrespect to the sound engineers. No, 10 out of 10, you're fantastic. He'd cut me off if I didn't say that. But most resonance in the theater comes from the chest. And I have a big chest for my size, just luck. And that's why I've got the voice that I do. And I thought, well, maybe rather than it coming from the chest, I could do what that brilliant Japanese actor did and try and get it lower and try and see if it could come from the stomach. And so I did that, and I was doing it in the filming of Return of the Jedi, and nobody said stop, so I could continue to do it. And then Richard Marquand, the director, said at one point, "Yeah, great, Ian, hello, how are you, good morning. Now, this voice of yours," I thought, here we go. He said, "I'm going to give you a tape of Clive Revill, and if you can keep your voice, or get your voice, to as close as Clive's as possible, George might let you keep it." I thought, he's going to take away my voice? Anyway, that was all academic, because when we went and recorded the whole film, because in these days you had to dub practically everything because of the sound technique wasn't as brilliant as it is today. He and Steven Spielberg and Kathleen Kennedy happened to be present, and they seemed to think it was okay, and the rest is your history.
What I've always wanted to know is if Palpatine had a special tea that he used too, because that just seems like after having a day of giving orders with that tone of voice, he would just need a nice cup of lemon tea to soothe the vocal cords.
Yeah, I suppose after a while it does catch, but then the only time, maybe you're alluding to this, the only time it was a problem was when we were doing Revenge of the Sith out in Australia. Which was great. And the day that we were due to film the big scene in the opera, which later became the opera, Hayden and me, I'd been through a little bit of the turning into the monster, so I'd had the old makeup on, and then the makeup came off so I could be the Chancellor again. And also, when we were doing the scene, which you will remember, with Sam Jackson and Hayden, they were driving, and I mean driving, 4 wind machines towards me. It's not just a couple of fans, in front of you that blow your hair. No, these things used to come towards me so that the force, the excessive force of wind could seem exactly what it was, and I had to make sure that my false bit of hair and so on didn't come off. But that was all fine. But the only thing is, even though studios are kept very, very clean these days, even cleaner than before, that dust gets everywhere, and most of it seemed to go down my throat that day. So when we came to do that scene, and it was the end of the day on a Friday afternoon, and George says, "Well, just do it." And yes, do it. He didn't. He didn't. He didn't say it like that. He said, "Ian, we're gonna do it, okay?" So we did it, and I said, "But listen to my voice. It's a bit sort of, neither one thing nor the other." And he went, "That's okay. It'll seem as if he's in transition." And it's always, if I've seen the scene, I haven't seen it for a while, but anytime someone shows it to me or I look at it, I always know what is in my throat. And I think it's not quite right, can we go again? But I'm comforted by the fact that he's in transition.
Well, you know, speaking of the prequels and Revenge of the Sith, you had this amazing lightsaber duel with Samuel L. Jackson as Mace Windu. And I wanted to talk, yes, please, round of applause for that, because and I wanted to hear about, you know, that's a bit of swordplay and kind of what it was like preparing for that scene and
Preparing the swordplay? Yes, you're leading him into dangerous areas here, you know. I was surrounded by master swordsmen on that set. Never mind the people who were teaching us, Nick and his team, but two brilliant actors who are also brilliant swordsmen. And you're about to see them in action once again. And of course, I mean Ewan and Hayden, Obi-Wan, and of course, Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader. So I see, and there's some sabers being waved around. I don't see a red one. Oh, up there, yes, very good.
Good job, everyone. Good job. I think
yes, yes, very good. I'm so sorry. I now feel the full Sith presence. I can relax. But they were, you know, and I had to go in and learn how to fight. And I'd done a bit of drama school, but not much. And I was amazed, and I said, but surely the power of the Emperor comes from his fingers. And George said, yeah, but he can wield a saber too. So I trained to wield a saber. And I can tell you, thank God I had one of the best stunt doubles in the business. But of course, I had to do a certain amount of it for close-ups and mid-shots and so on. So I did. And during one of those, I actually hit the great Sam Jackson. I know. He was very understanding. But then, of course, when I think we all knew the script by then, but then he said, well, you know, I won't do his voice. That would be too patronizing. And anyway, I can't do it. He said, well, I don't mind a light tap, but what you did to me in the end was unforgivable.
I mean, that's fair, really.
It is. Listen, no swordsman me, but I'm so glad the young gentlemen, the middle-aged men, are back doing what they do brilliantly, which is perform those characters, and also, I believe, there's a bit of sword fight. I think we have to wait a little while to find out. But I said to them after I watched it, because I was there when they were doing it quite a lot of the time, and of course, when we film, as you know, we tend to go right through it and not pick up in little bits, because it doesn't fit together very well. And of course, in the movie, it's the opposite. You see it in little bits, because that's the way the story is told. So you could sense they were pretty good, but you didn't see how actually brilliant they were. But maybe you'll get a chance to see that this time.
Yes. Yeah, you've worked with so many talented actors. You know, you and Hayden, and also in Attack of the Clones, which is the 20th anniversary.
Yes.
We're coming up on, which is wild. And but you worked with Christopher Lee, and of course, what an amazing talent and actor. And he played your apprentice. Yeah, please, a round of applause.
Yeah.
Had you, you know, before you worked on Attack of the Clones, were you acquainted with Mr. Lee, or?
No, we met on that set. I knew him vaguely through a relation of his, Harriet Walter, now Dame Harriet Walter, but we'd never actually met. And we got on straight away. I was a bit in awe of him, because he was one of my film heroes. His Dracula will never be surpassed. You know, if you want lessons in evil, look at the films of Christopher Lee. And of course, he had this most amazing deep voice, you know, almost as low as James Earl Jones. And he told me that he really wished he'd become an opera singer. So he certainly had the equipment to, and he'd been a wonderful bass baritone. Great figures he could have created on the stage. But that was not to be. But I used to hear him. He had the dressing room next to me, and I used to hear him warming up in the morning, singing arias from Boris Godunov and so on. And it was a sort of thrilling sound, and it made you slightly quake at the same time. But it was a great privilege to work with Christopher.
That's lovely, and I'm gonna jump back in time again. It's on my mind because we just had John Williams here
Yes.
giving us a special treat.
Yes.
Celebrated his 90th birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
And I've heard that you had the opportunity to watch him conduct for Return of the Jedi.
That's right.
And I wanted to hear a little about that experience. And I think you said, you watched the images and as you could hear the music in your head, because John Williams is, of course, a master.
Absolutely so. Well, I was lucky enough to get along to the recording of the soundtrack at Abbey Road, where you probably remember the Beatles recorded. And he was there with the great London Symphony Orchestra and the London Symphony Orchestra Chorus. And the screen was above him. He knew exactly what each tiny bit was going to do, and he did it. And I just watched the relationship between John and the orchestra grow and grow. I mean, they'd worked together before in the 2 previous movies, and maybe other ones for all I know. And the relationship between the conductor and the orchestra is always vital. And it's not easy always to see. I mean, there are some conductors who are very showy and do lots of sort of handwork and so on. John doesn't do that, but he communicates nonetheless in a way that I think he communicates as a person. So you have this great rapport between all of those musicians, all of those singers, and this man. And referring to something you said earlier, when I was watching it, I said, God, this is like, watching a silent movie. And George says, it is a silent movie. And I knew what he meant, really. And then he said, well, it's maybe I won't do the voice again, it's too boring. Maybe it's more of a space opera. And I thought, well, that's a pretty good definition too. And when they recorded each section, the leaders of each section of the orchestra would then come into the booth and listen to it, on phones, or maybe not on phones, but listen to it anyway. And they were so critical of themselves. They would go, oh my God, did you hear that? And George said, I thought I was perfect. No, we got to do it again. So you're just surrounded by all of these people who seem to me to be perfectionists already, trying to make it even more perfect. So it was artistically electrifying, and also to be in the presence of one of the great contemporary composers of our time.
Yes. That's incredible. And, also, I love Return of the Jedi. It's one of my favorites. And Richard Marquand, of course, you mentioned him earlier, directed that film. And, he passed not long after the film came out, so I feel like he doesn't come up as often when we're talking about Star Wars films.
Sure.
So I wanted to ask you what your standout memories of working with Richard were, and what his directing style was like. Well,
Richard was very straightforward, and it wasn't entirely easy for him because the storyboard was there. George had created it. I mean, I'm sure he made some suggestions and alterations were made and so on. But by and large, I think George had asked him to direct the film to communicate directly with the actors, which George didn't feel he was that good at. I haven't found that, by the way. I found maybe it's just us. He communicated perfectly with me. But George's view was always, he would spend some time casting, and once he thought he got the casting right, it was really up to the actor. And that's great in many contexts. But sometimes you want a little more help, or you want to have a little chat, but you don't want to waste time because it's a big movie and you've got to move on. And Richard, was very good at that. He was an experienced film director and worked in the theatre and so on. So apart from telling me I might be able to keep my voice, I had a very good time with him. And it was very odd on that first day because I'd got the makeup, I'd seen the face, it eventually gave me some of the script, so I'd learnt the lines. But I didn't know what I was walking into. And when I came down that ramp on that first day, that was the first time I'd seen it. I mean, we did one rehearsal, and then we shot. So as the smoke cleared, I saw Darth Vader. I saw this guy I used to work with a lot called Michael Pennington on his knees in front of me. I thought, my God. And then I saw what must have been more than 1,000 stormtroopers, and they were all real. They weren't digitally created or they weren't painted on. And the most extraordinary thing was, between takes, there were these jeeps that ran up and down these serried ranks of stormtroopers, saying, "Take those glasses off, stand up straight, give me that camera," all of that. And then we'd go, "Ian, you ready to go again?" "Oh yes, okay, fine." So but filmmaking is a bit like that. You know, you're surrounded by expertise, which is, if you can take advantage of it, is the best thing in the world, because you're entirely supported. All you have to do is, allow yourself to be photographed, and not, as in the theater, project emotion, but allow the right emotion and the right intention to be there, because everybody else will make it work for you. And on that first day, it also seemed to me, side by side by all that concentration and hard work, there's a marvelous sense of absurdity about it all. You just think, this cannot be. This is just mad. Or to use, I know it's a favorite American term, but I wasn't that familiar with it until JJ used to say it after the odd take. "Oh my God, it's insane!" And I said, is that good? Good? It's insane! And it is.
It is. We have a special treat today in that we're going to take some audience questions.
Yes, please.
So I see the microphone stands there. We got spotlight. Oh, right here we have a spotlight. So if you want to, right here as well, calmly line up to ask questions of Mr. McDiarmid while you get in place.
Here's somebody.
I'm going to, you just mentioned J.J. Abrams, and I do want to ask. You came back for The Rise of Skywalker, and
yeah.
I think I'm sure you're aware of that. We're all aware. And, I want to hear about what lessons from playing Palpatine in the previous trilogies that you brought with you to The Rise of Skywalker.
Yes. Well, it was nice to know that I wasn't dead. But, he wouldn't be. And a lot of people say, "Oh, bring him back. He was dead. Oh, did you see that fall? How could anyone survive that?" Excuse me, he is the Emperor of the universe. And, anyway, I mean, nobody's going to tell me he wouldn't have had a plan B, should someone, unlikely, he thought, manage to semi-destroy him. And, of course, he had the best operational ward team of surgeons. They were very small, but that didn't matter. They were very thorough. Maybe you remember from the film. And he had the best that money could buy, or that enforcement could produce. And he also had that marvelous galactic wheelchair, which was a huge advantage. So, and bringing him back from the dead, literally, originally I looked even worse than I looked in the final film. I had a bad arm and even more stuff, tubes were coming out of my head and so on. And eventually they thought that's a little bit too much, And I think, and things have moved on a bit from, the regular hospital series, we say. So there are more sophisticated, things happening inside his body, but we won't go into that. But what they settled for was just great. And then they took my eyes away. I didn't know about that, but because my eyes were my eyes, and then they were de-digitized, so I lost them, but I was very pleased with the end result. It was fantastic. And I don't think they were trying to keep it a secret, but there were just so many things going on. But every now and again, JJ would say, "Be careful you don't blink." Now, we actors never blink, not in close-ups and so on, because it's a bad thing. And I thought, why is he saying that? He knows I don't blink. And then later, when I saw the movie, I realized why. But also, then when the eyes came back after he'd what did he do? Suck the juice out of these two people to get his imperial status and self back. I had the biggest, best yellow eyes that were ever devised for a movie, and I was pleased by that, because I happily borrowed that phrase that people used to say about Frank Sinatra and his blue eyes. And when people would say, "I hear you're in the next film," and I would say, "Yeah, old yellow eyes is back." Now, you want to ask lots of questions, so I should shut up.
Well, we're so glad that Mr. Yellow Eyes, Old Yellow Eyes, returned. And let's start here at Mr. Bail Organa. It looks like your costume, yes?
Oh, yes. Very good.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Armed.
Yeah.
It's the Count, yes, yes.
Hello, Mr. McDiarmid. I wanted to ask, what other acting methods did you use? Stanislavski, Uta Hagen, anything other than that to create the character in different films? You're like, no, I think this is more of an Uta moment, or I think I need to use Stanislavski to really bring out some of the more method aspects of the character.
Well, actually, none of those, really. I mean, you know, it's whatever you need to do as an actor, I think, and everybody needs to do different things at different times, and I have complete respect for that. But, you know, I do what I do beforehand. If research is necessary to find out, you know, details about what planet I'm from or what I'm talking about today, I'll do all that. But then you just hope when you hear the word action, it'll come out. And because my voice is my voice, I mean, it's just, you know, I just have it. I'm lucky. I didn't have to do a lot of vocal preparation either. But people who play villains regularly say this, and it's true. As well as being, you know, horrible and nasty and twisted and all these kind of things, you have to, at the back of your mind, have a kind of charm, a kind of sinister charm, which works in the humor. Although he never thought he was funny, the Emperor. He had no sense of humor about himself. That's a long answer to your question, but it's just, I suppose you hear the word action, you've already taken your deep breath, and you just do it, and you hope it's going to work this time. And of course, if it doesn't, you can do it again.
Thank you. What was your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, Richard, sorry.
Richard, thank you. And I am so sorry I called you Bail Organa when
That's
you're
okay.
Count Dooku.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, over here. Tell us your name and your question.
Yes, hi Ian. My name is James.
Hello, James.
And I just want to say that when I was a kid, you used to scare me really bad.
Oh, good.
But my question is, might we see you grace our screens anytime soon for the Kenobi show?
That is a disgraceful question.
I had to.
And one which I have no intention of answering. But, you see, you can't win, can you? I will say this. You will remember the very first Star Wars film, subsequently christened A New Hope. The Emperor was present, or his presence was felt, but he never appeared. He was sort of interpreted by Moff, by the great Peter Cushing. And then more recently, in Rogue One, his presence was felt, but he never appeared. So all I would say about future speculation is, if you're expecting the Emperor to appear soon in flesh and blood, don't get your hopes up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking it, I don't think.
That is something I didn't. Yeah, you have probably scared many of us in this room.
Oh, good.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Including me.
You too? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some people had me on their duvet. Maybe I should rephrase that. That's really scary, don't you think?
You in the burgundy, please. What's your name and your question?
Hi, Ian.
Hello.
I'm Dean Storm. Thanks for coming out. I wanted to ask if you had fun with Sam Jackson, or if you had any fun stories.
Any fun stories with Sam Jackson?
Well, I suppose the fun one was really, you know, when I hit him, and then I got my own back. When we worked together, he's totally charming. I haven't seen him for ages, sadly. I remember celebrating with him the opening of Revenge of the Sith on the steps, you know, the red carpet at Cannes, and. For a moment, I almost felt like Adolf Hitler, never mind the Emperor of the Universe, because there's just this red everywhere, you know, and then there's all these people down there, roughly where you are, and a battery of photographers, more photographers than you've ever seen in your life, all moving backwards as you move forward to get the best shot. Some of them falling over each other. They didn't stop shooting, you know, kept on pressing their camera buttons. And Sam Jackson said, "This is why I do it."
I know I did feel guilty today. Oh, thank you so much for your question. That I wore my Mace Windu, kyber crystal lightsaber necklace, and I was like, of all the ones to choose,
right.
I picked the one that that tried to kill you, and I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I wouldn't expect anything less.
hi, I almost said with the lightsaber, but that applies to so many people in this room.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they are.
What's your name and your question?
Hi, Mr. McDiarmid. My name is Blake, and thank you, like everybody else, for showing up and doing all this. This is pretty cool.
Pleasure to be here.
So, like most people here, you terrified us as little kids.
Yeah,
you were
good.
truly a force, which was awesome. And as you talk about all the time, is that you really did develop the Emperor. So as the McDiarmid Emperor, what do you think his true final goal was? Even if you got Vader in the suit and you had the galaxy by the throat, what do you think his final goal would have been?
He just wanted to run everything. He just wanted, that was the thing that satisfied him more than, he just wanted, the phrase is, absolute power. And he could never get enough of it. And you find that, you know, if you look around certain quarters of the world, it's never enough for certain people. He was the ultimate authoritarian. He didn't need money. He didn't spend too much on clothes, as you probably know. Although, you know, when he became emperor again, for the second time, he obviously went to a tailor and got a red piece underneath, which is, you know, quite attractive for a short time. But I don't know. I think he had only one aim from which he never deviated, which was to become the most powerful person ever, so that he could subjugate every conceivable human and other creature to his will. There you go. And there are still people like that around, you know.
All right, thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hi, yes, you in the blue shirt. What is your name and your question?
My name is Joseph, and my question for the Emperor, and thank you for playing the Emperor. He's my favorite character, so being here is really surreal.
Oh, good.
So my question is, I read online that apparently you read the Darth Plagueis novel years ago, and if you did read that novel, did any of that old backstory, which some of it did get reworked into canon, come into your train of thought when dealing with Daisy Ridley?
I didn't. I mean, they're terrific books. I've looked into them and so on, but I haven't read one in full, but in terms of not wanting it to influence the character. Although I think quite a number of things that have been written about the characters, not of George's gestation or JJ's or any of the other writers involved, have come from the ideas that these original authors had. But I wanted just to have the material that I knew, and of course I thought about it a bit. But I didn't want to incorporate things that haven't really been incorporated into the movies. I should probably add yet to that, because, you know, all sorts of things may happen. No, I'm not hinting in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emperor.
Hi, what's your name and your question?
Hi, my name is Braden. Thank you for being here, Emperor. I just wanted to ask if you could go back and play any other character in the Star Wars universe, if you had the chance, who would it be?
Yeah. So difficult, isn't it? When you're Mr. Evil, you should probably, you know, search out Mr. Good. But I wouldn't do that. I tell you my favorite character. And I can't remember the name of it. You will know from the last film, that little creature who gave Anthony Daniels his life back. Thank you, yes, yes. And yes, they were absolutely sensational. And also the voice belongs to a Scottish actress who I know quite well. So I'd be sentimental and want to take that part away from her.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over here in the black hoodie, what's your name and your question?
It's funny because we share the same name, my lord.
Do we?
Yes.
Which one?
My name's Ian.
Okay. Okay.
I want to say a few things. You've, like everyone else, for me, like everyone else, you're a childhood terror for all of us. But for me, you've grown to my favorite villain of all of cinema. So it's an honor being here with you, especially as like an early birthday gift, because my birthday's next Thursday. So.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
So getting to the question. To test your memory, what is your favorite piece of cut dialogue for Palpatine?
Palpatine, favorite piece of dialogue for Palpatine. That's testing. Well, we've already had Do It, haven't we? Which was which happened quite by accident. That's another story, really. Currently, when he's the Chancellor, I think, yes, he's no longer the Senator, and he says, "I love democracy." That and a series of a number of challenging alternatives is probably the best example of hypocrisy you're ever likely to hear.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank
It's
you.
a great honor.
Do you know, I heard that question as first as what Palpatine's favorite dessert was. I don't know. I think maybe just because I'm hungry. But now I'm curious what his favorite dessert. Do you think he eats desserts?
The Emperor? No, he eats Ewoks.
So much fur to deal with, though. Hi, what is your name and your question?
Hello, my name is Kareem from Toronto. Thank you for breathing so much life into all of our childhoods. You mentioned Bubba Freak, the way he saved 3PO, so I gotta give you a little hey, and thank you for that. It's an early childhood memory to be scared and thrilled by your performance, and they say that people only die when they're forgotten. So I'd like to know what elements of your performance in The Emperor of the Universe you'd like to see carry on as the Emperors, or perhaps in the legacy characters like Snoke.
Yes, I don't know. I just, there are so many coming up, aren't there? You know, practitioners of evil. And it's very hard to sort of predict what you'd like to see. It's funny asking the most evil person in the universe, you know, how many more evil people he would like to encourage. But I think, I mean, as I said before, I think, you know, all actors, and we were speaking to a few others, villains, and there's some great villains around, not least, and I hope to meet him because I haven't, Giancarlo Esposito, who is a marvelous villain, not just now part of the Star Wars legacy, but of course in that great television series, Breaking Bad, and continuing into Better Call Saul, which I haven't seen the last episode, so keep your mouth shut. But the great thing about that part and about the way he creates it is he hardly says a word, but everything happens in that face, you know, in those eyes, in the intentions. And I think in some ways that's great acting. But and also the people who create the series, how it's written and so on. It's great to write, you know, a very, he's not wholly evil, well, probably he is actually, but, you know, a character like that, and not to give him lots of lines. I don't know how that evolved, but that in itself was brilliant, but particularly when you have a great actor who can do everything with his eyes. I know he's pretty good when he speaks as well, but we're back to silent movies again, what you can actually create, you know, minimally, even without speech.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I want to say, even when he plays Moff Gideon, just the way Giancarlo Esposito stands, his posture.
Yes, all of it. There's the physical approach.
Yeah,
yes,
like, I'm
absolutely.
Not going to mess with him. Hello, what is your name and what's your question?
Hi, I'm Mike Payne. My question is, you played the Emperor in Return of the Jedi, and then years later you have to go back in time and play, you know, Senator Palpatine.
Yep.
Knowing that you were going to eventually work your way back into the Emperor.
Exactly.
How do you prepare for that as an actor? I felt like that was fascinating. I remember seeing The Phantom Menace the first time and going, wait, was that the same guy? It couldn't have been the same guy.
I know.
It was such a dramatic difference.
I think at the time I didn't know it was the same guy. I can't remember. No. To begin with, I didn't know I was Darth Sidious. I remember when George didn't tell me enough about it, you know, when he said, you know, said, do you know anyone who wants to be an emperor? These were his exact words. And when I sort of intimated it might be me, he then told me a little bit about that movie. And he said, well, it is how, you know, the rise of the monster. And he started off as a perfectly ordinary politician who is, well, about your age, which, you know, he was, early 50s, who looks a bit like you, which he did, apart from a little bit of extra hair that I had on. And so
don't do much with it. Just sort of be, you know, your average politician. He's not particularly nasty, not particularly good. He's pragmatic, you know what the job's like. So these were the sort of key motivational characteristics that I paid attention to. And I didn't know at the time of our meeting that I was going to be Darth Sidious. He talked about this guy who's working in the background, here we go again, you know, in sort of dark world, and he's manipulating this, that, and the other. And I thought, that sounds like a better part. And then on the first day, or practically on the first day, when I got the call sheet and I saw my name opposite Darth Sidious, I thought, they don't make that kind of mistake. So I worked out who it was. And George said, I've said this before, some of you probably heard, one day when we were filming, he said, you should think of your face, Ian's face, the senator's face, as Sidious's mask. So in a sense, your eyes, your real eyes, are his contact lenses. And that was enormously helpful. I mean, I didn't do anything as a result of it. But just thinking, you know, that behind my own features and in my own eyes was a hidden presence. That was a help. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, hi. I see you got the right shirt for this occasion. You're ready. What's your name and what's your question?
Howdy, Ian. My name's Chase. My question to you is kind of going back to your sword play. Obviously, the Emperor uses his hands as his, power, but when it came to his saber, what led you to picking the saber that you use with that, it's a very sleek design, one of the more shiny of all of them?
Yes. I knew it was going to be red, didn't I? And yes, and of course you see it in Return of the Jedi. I didn't pay much attention to it then. I thought, what's that doing there? But later on, everything relates, especially in those original movies, because George had it in his head, and one day it was going to come out in the movies. Sam Jackson, who I think you probably know this, he intimated, I think, in a television show, a chat show, he'd love to be in Star Wars because he loved it. And so George got in touch with him. And he said, "Are you serious? You're just talking?" And he said, "Yes, but I want my own saber." And he got it, purple saber. It was entirely because Sam said he'd do the movie if he got his own saber. So that's a tale. Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
I appreciate Samuel L. Jackson picking a purple lightsaber because that's my favorite color.
Yes, it's interesting because, here I go, trying to commandeer everything, but purple is really an imperial color.
You are right.
I was in a hotel room recently, and most of it was purple, and I felt entirely at home.
Hi, over here in the Empire shirt. What's your name and what's your question?
Hey, Ian. My name is Nate. I'm from Nova Scotia.
Okay,
and
great.
I wanted to just let you know you're part of one of my favorite Star Wars memories of sitting in the theater with my dad watching Phantom Menace as a little kid, and he's nudging my shoulder, and he's just like, "You see that big guy? You see that guy up there? Yeah, he's the bad guy." And I'm like, "Shut up, Dad, you don't know anything." And it's been what started my Star Wars journey, so thank you so much for that.
Great.
I wanted to ask you, music is just as big a part of my life as Star Wars is. I wanted to ask you, what do you love to listen to, and what do you think the Emperor would love to rock out to?
Yes.
He's building a Spotify playlist.
I'm just saying, it's only because I heard it on my way here. I said to a friend of mine, "God, it's a great tune, isn't it?" Particularly when Stevie Wonder sings it. Yes. No, if he'd only said it in a tender way earlier on to Anakin, things might have been different. And that is, "You are the sunshine of my life." But to take your question a little more seriously, I'm fairly eclectic in my taste. Stevie Wonder, yeah, great. Lots of great artists. And I like classical music too. And to bring it back to why we're all here, I like a lot of John Williams, what I might describe as other music, which is fine and complex and always passionate and always involving. So I suppose that would be the general answer to your question. If I can get involved in a piece of music, then I like it. And it's great when you put the radio on or someone suggests a piece to you, or you come across it on the internet, and it just suddenly has an effect on you. You don't quite know why. And then you want to follow it up and hear more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then over here, hi, what's your name and your question?
Hey, hi, my name is Luis, and I'm a really big fan, Ian. It's one of the biggest, and my question is, if you ever heard of the rumors of Disney creating like a Palpatine origin show with Tom Hiddleston, Loki from the Marvel, like playing as a younger self, do you think that's a good idea over on General, making a limited series or a show of Palpatine in his younger days?
I think it's a very good rumor. Yes, you know, I mean, you could do that with practically any of the characters to whom it has not been done already. Yes, I think, you know, because we saw him rise when he was 50, didn't we? What did he go through to get there, and how did Sidious come about? I think all of that's very interesting, and no doubt there are people as we speak somewhere around this city thinking along those lines, and it would be great. But anyone younger than 78 is probably more suited to the part than me. And here comes the qualifying bit. Although, have you seen what they can do with faces? I'll better leave it at that. Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Hi, over here in the red shirt. What's your name and what's your question?
Hi there, my name's Chris. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. As you know, next week it's the Queen's Jubilee, but it's actually your 40th Jubilee on the throne of the Empire. So I wondered if we could just get everyone to just celebrate that. Woo!
Okay.
My question would be, out of everyone that you had the pleasure of working with on Return of the Jedi, or any of the films, who do you think was, the one that was your favorite person to work with and made good friends with?
Yeah, I always go straight to this answer, which is Hayden, obviously. You know, we have a good friendship, and we had a very good, working relationship when we made the movies. So he's number one, but everybody, Frank Oz, who wasn't around much, although he was unexpectedly around in Phantom Menace because that was going to be the first movie in which Yoda would be digitally recreated. But it wasn't to the level George thought, was right yet. And apparently it was incredibly expensive. So Frank, who is also incredibly expensive, by the way, just in case you're listening, came back, and there he was behind the scene, manipulating this, this small creature and talking like he does. And that was one of the highlights of the whole movie for me. He's a terrific guy. And I bumped into him recently at the premiere here of The Rise of Skywalker, and I didn't know at that time that Baby Yoda wasn't Baby Yoda. So I said, "What's it like going back in history?" He said, "I don't know what you're talking about." So, and now I know why he didn't really, but it was nice to think that he might have been Baby Yoda for a while there. And I don't think Lucasfilm were too unhappy that you thought that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to jump to you, and just a heads up, I think we have time for maybe 2 to 3 more questions. So, gentleman in the Black Spire Outpost, what is your name and question?
Well, hello there. My name is Casey. I just wanted to know, what was your all-time favorite scene to film?
Yes, that's an easy one too. It was the scene in the opera where he finally, nails Anakin, really. The long mapped-out course to the dark side is finally achieved. And originally that scene was not going to be in a theater. It was going to be another office scene. And George said, "I think we should get out of the office." So we got out of the office, and knowing that I like theater and so on, he said, "Well, why don't we try it in the theater?" And it was a brilliant idea, because if you're in a box in the opera, not only could, here we are in exactly the same position, on chairs, not dissimilar actually, when we did that scene. And so, of course, I'd talk like a serious actor to Hayden, who was there, he'd go back, and then I could pretend to watch the play, you know. It was a ballet, actually, a squid ballet. He wasn't a huge squid ballet fan, I don't think. But if you could sort of, you know, pretend you're just having a look while you're watching the effect of the previous line of poison go into his ear. It really added to the dimension of being able to do it. So it's also, it's a great, wonderfully written dialogue scene, and I think maybe one of the longest dialogue scenes in the movie. So it's nice to, now and again, in what's primarily, and thank goodness, a big action franchise, it's nice just occasionally to sit down and talk.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
That's my favorite scene too, actually. When Palpatine tells Anakin he can't learn what he wants. He said when he says "not from a Jedi."
That's a line. Yes, yes. You just you can't do it. You can't have two things. You've got to come over to my side, or nothing of what you want will ever happen. That was the motivation in my head. But he also knew he'd got him before that, really. It was a long, clever process. And of course, Padme, she was very much the key to it. And what was going to happen to her.
It didn't go well. Hi, over here in the jacket. What is your name and question?
Hi, my name is Luke. I was just curious, Mr. McDiarmid, I'm a big fan of Revenge of the Sith, but I was always curious with the fight between Palpatine and Sam Jackson. In the film, I believe Palpatine kind of throws the fight to bait Anakin to believe that he needs his help.
Yes,
but it's always my opinion that Palpatine could have easily taken care of Mace Windu. I'm curious what your opinion is.
Yes, he wanted to. Actually, there was some debate about that scene. I mean, George thought about doing it in a number of ways. But the one that he ended up with was the best, I think, because he really, yes, he wanted to compromise Anakin in another way, which he did, and destroy Mace at the same time. And then even he, when we filmed it, it felt like it. Even for a brief moment, what I've said already about control, I think Palpatine is out of control because he gets what he wants, you know, absolutely. And his head practically comes off. No, it does come off, doesn't it? Well, it doesn't quite. It sort of metamorphoses into the terrible person. And when we did that scene, George kept asking for more. I thought, really? I may never work again. However, more was appropriate, and more is what he got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for your thoughtful questions. Mr. McDiarmid, Ian, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be here. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all. Please give Mr. McDiarmid a round of applause.
Thanks, guys. Sorry I can't do it for you, even through the roof. What? Do you want me to say that? Oh, dear. That's not in the Emperor's voice, is it? Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Bye. Have a great time here. I'm going to. I already have. Thank you all.
Ian McDiarmid, everybody!
Well, it would not be a Star Wars celebration without a visit to Disney parks. And who better to talk about Disney parks and all things Star Wars than my good friend Cody. How are you doing today, Cody?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Good. Fantastic. Are you enjoying Celebration?
Yes, it's just so fantastic to be here.
You know what's interesting to me is time just goes by so quick. this celebration, we are actually celebrating something incredible. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yes, here at Disney Parks, we're celebrating the 35th anniversary of the original Star Tours attraction.
That's fantastic. They're having sort of like a birthday this year too, right?
Absolutely, yes. And with that, we have a variety of new merchandise to celebrate that 35th anniversary.
I love it. Tell me all about the brand new merchandise. I see some really cool Captain Rex stuff here.
Yeah, so now available at Disneyland Park and at Downtown Disney, we have a variety of new items. One, we have a 35th anniversary patch, a 35th anniversary pin, mug. We have a collectible figurine of the original captain of the Star Speeder. And he speaks and actually has that authentic dialogue, which is fantastic.
That is fantastic. And you know what else? I see you've got actually anniversary clothing back here and apparel. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the blue shirt there, that's inspired by the actual costume that our cast members wear at the attraction, which is so fantastic. And then coming soon will be the Star Tours anniversary jacket.
I need them. I need them all. I need them all. Okay, coming back here. So this caught my eye because I am a huge, huge toy guy. We have a whole sort of variety of vintage-inspired toys from the original Kenner line. Tell me about these.
Yeah, as you mentioned, so many fans love the original vintage action figures. So we took that concept and expanded it and put it on a variety of merchandise.
Tell me more about the vintage Kenner stuff.
Yes, so here you can see we partnered with Hasbro and we actually brought the retro series, the first 6 figures out again, but in a box set. So it's available at Shop Disney, Disney Parks, and at Hasbro Pulse.
Okay, this means so much to me because this is the stuff that I grew up with. These are like the vintage-inspired Kenner action figures from the 1970s. Boy, do I feel old. This is actually my favorite. I love this collectible pin set. These are the Cantina creatures, correct?
Correct, yes, and you can see over here we have R2 and 3PO. Each month we'll be releasing 2 figure pins. We started in May with Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. June's month, but we're releasing early for the fans here at Star Wars Celebration at Disneyland. We have C-3PO and R2-D2, and then this set's coming soon, and as you notice, it comes with the exclusive blue snaggletooth pin.
Ah, the rare blue snaggletooth. Okay, a lot of pins, a lot of toy-inspired stuff. We're moving on. This is really cool stuff. This looks like a lot of stuff inspired from the movie. Tell us about this.
Yeah, so this is our second collection celebrating Star Wars A New Hope's 45th anniversary, and this is all called the Concept Series. And this is really about that original artwork. We know a lot of fans do know, but a lot of fans don't know what it took to create the original movie, and a lot of this great artwork so fantastic, and we want to celebrate it through merchandise.
Fantastic, and I see this limited edition. It looks like a Hot Wheels set, and this is all the sort of the concept artwork for the original ships, yeah?
Correct. We partnered with Mattel and the Hot Wheels brand to collaborate to bring the concept die-cast back out.
Fantastic. And look, and we're moving on. More merchandise. This is great. So this is stuff that's, again, celebrating the 45th anniversary of A New Hope, right?
Yeah, so we have a variety of new trading pins. All these are coming soon, but you can see we have smaller pins to our big deluxe pins, which is just absolutely gorgeous.
So I got to ask you real quick, because you have all these pins available. How important is pin collecting to the Disney community?
Well, Disney Parks and pin community, we're like peanut butter and jelly. Like, it's all about pin trade and collecting pins.
Fantastic. And you know what? I'm going to start collecting apparel, because as we move on, we've got more apparel. And here we have Obi-Wan Kenobi. Tell me about all this new stuff you've got.
Well, nobody can probably be more excited about the new Disney Plus series, Obi-Wan Kenobi, than I am. But we do have some new preview product. We have a variety of merchandise from adult t-shirts. So we have one featuring Obi-Wan. We have one featuring Darth Vader and Obi-Wan. And then in the case here, you can see we have a trading pin and a youth shirt.
I love all of it. And you know what? I'm actually going to come and might steal this later on, because I love Obi-Wan as well. Okay, so here's the thing. It is Star Wars Celebration, but I would be remiss not to point this out. This is Indiana Jones. As you know, we've got a new Indiana Jones film coming up, and I am a massive, massive Indiana Jones fan. Cody, take me through this. Tell me what this is.
No problem. So at the back, behind the case, the shirt and the hat, those are limited items that are available during the weekend at Disneyland Park. So it's celebrating all 5 films and the new film coming out, along with a cool Spinspiration baseball hat. And then on this section, all coming soon, is like a classic collector collection. And it's all about collecting all the different artifacts that you saw Indy collect in the first 4 films. You can see the authentic shirt, jacket, hat, and whip, so you can be Indiana Jones yourself.
That is fantastic. You know what? I'm going to be racking up a lot of frequent flyer miles at the Disney parks. Thank you so much, Cody. I truly appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of Star Wars Celebration. We have more coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up next.
Think you know every era of Star Wars?
Over 1,000 generations of Jedi Knights will guard against peace and justice.
Think again. The High Republic Show is the only show on the internet that takes you behind the scenes of this exciting new chapter in the Star Wars saga.
There was just a clear sense of this is going to be exciting.
Guess where the High Republic's going next, guys?
Every other month, The High Republic Show recaps the ongoing story, talks to the creators making this era possible, the fans that can't get enough, and brings you brand new, never-before-seen exclusives that will blow your mind.
Yes, that's right. By watching the High Republic Show, you'll go from an average everyday Star Wars fan to this. An esteemed Jedi Master ready to protect the galaxy. So what are you waiting for? Check out the High Republic Show today.
They're coming. Stay hidden, or we will not survive. Leave us alone. When the time comes, he must be trained. Like you trained his father? You still want Kenobi. He's gone.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places. I want every lowlife and bounty hunter to squeeze him.
You can't run, Obi-Wan! You can't escape him!
She voices one of the most beloved characters in all of Star Wars, but that's not all our next guest does. She's also a powerful force in the fashion industry, as well as an... Oh, I gave it away! As well as an advocate for mental health and wellness of people of all ages. Please welcome the voice of Ahsoka Tano, my friend, Ashley Eckstein.
The best. Does it feel so good to be back at Star Wars Celebration?
It's so good to be back. Isn't it just like recharging your batteries?
Oh, I am like fully charged.
It's so good. It's so good to see you. Welcome back.
You as well.
So you've been busy. You're one of the busiest women in Star Wars. What have you been up to lately? You've been, doing her universe. You've been doing your mental health series.
Yes. Well, you know what? When Star Wars: The Clone Wars Season 7 came out, did you all like Season 7? It came out when we were all at home, which I think was actually the perfect time, because during a really dark time, Star Wars: The Clone Wars provided hope. It provided something new that we could look forward to every week in a very unpredictable time. So I'm very grateful it came out when it did, but being at home, I didn't get to go out and meet everyone and hear what you thought. So I I've been doing a ton of conventions and a ton of, meet and greets and getting the chance to like make up for lost time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, you've seen Ahsoka evolve over the years. What do you think the character has helped? Let me just start that again. Why do you think the character has helped, that you've helped bring to life, has resonated with so many fans for so many years now?
Well, I feel very blessed to have originated the role of Ahsoka Tano back in 2008, but she has come so far, and I think what has happened now is that Ahsoka lives in all of us. Yeah. She really does. Hi. She lives in our hearts and in our souls, and after almost 15 years of Ahsoka, I mean, it's literally almost 15 years, the ways that she's inspired us, the stories, they live with us. And I feel like we take Ahsoka and her inspiration and the hope that she gives us into our everyday lives. And so that's why I used to say Ahsoka lives, just because she lives, but now it's Ahsoka lives in all of us. And I think it's because, yes.
And we've talked so many times about, how Ahsoka has evolved over the years, how she grew up on the Clone Wars, how, her arc and her character grew, but now we're gonna start seeing her in live action. Now, what is it like for you to see this character that you have helped create and grow over the years take this next step in their evolution?
I mean, it's incredible to see all of the Ahsoka love. It's absolutely surreal. And I see an Ahsoka out there, yes!
Yes!
I want you all to know that when you share a story with me, when you come up to my table over there, or we talk on social media, it's always a safe space. And I hear you, and I see you. And when you share your stories with me of how Ahsoka has changed your life, or in many cases, how she saved your life, that sticks with me. And I think about it, and I remember everyone's stories. And so to be here today, 15 years later, or almost 15 years later, and to see all of the Ahsoka love, and now Ahsoka is getting her own series, and to hear all of your stories, it's just surreal, and it's something I don't take lightly. I might not be your live action Ahsoka, but I want to be your real life version of Ahsoka Tano. Thank you. And I promised I wouldn't get emotional, but I really, really care about each and every one of you.
It's so obvious, right?
And I thank you, and I'm just honored to be here 15 years later celebrating Ahsoka with all of you. Thank you.
Ashley.
Thank you.
And obviously, the love is very much mutual.
Thank you. Thank you.
So when we're talking about, Rosario coming on and helping to build onto this character and help her expand, was there any specific guidance or advice that you gave her about, being a good steward of this character?
You know what? That's a great question. Because I've never actually met Rosario.
Oh, snap.
We've never met, we've never spoken, but it's a dream of mine. And so I talk about throwing your dreams out into the universe, and it would be an absolute dream to meet her one day. It would be a dream to do a cameo on the Ahsoka series. It would be an absolute dream. So, hopefully one day it'll happen, and I know it will, and I would love to meet Rosario. We're all part of Team Tano. We are one Team Tano, and I can't wait.
So you've also been writing a lot of books. Can you tell us about, your new books that have been coming out?
Yes. Well, you know what? I am so grateful for the platform that Star Wars has given me. And like you've now heard me blubber and cry up here, I don't take it lightly. I take it very seriously. And so I've had the chance to write a couple books now. One we're going to announce tomorrow. It's called Star Wars Every Day, and it comes out in October. It's a lifestyle book on how to live your best Star Wars life all year long. Thank you. And thank you very much. And one thing I'm very, very, very proud of, because it's a passion project that I've worked on for 5 years now. And so one lesson that Ahsoka's taught me is patience. Lots and lots of patience. But I launched a new video series called Star Wars Mindful Matters.
It's so good.
Thank
It's so
you.
good. Have you guys been watching?
Thank you. So they're just 2 to 3 minute short videos where I get to teach mindful lessons. And they're the mindful lessons that we learn from Star Wars. So it's our favorite, our favorite characters from Star Wars teach us these lessons, but I teach how you can do them too. So I share exercises, and they're clinically based mindfulness exercises, but they're on the Star Wars Kids YouTube channel and StarWarsKids.com, but I want to preface that they're for everyone. We put them on the kids page because we want parents to know that these videos are safe for kids to do, because our kids need to learn these lessons now more than ever. We've all been through a really rough 2 years, but so have our kids. And so they're on the Star Wars Kids YouTube channel and StarWarsKids.com, but they're for everyone, because Star Wars is for everyone, right? So Jedi Master Yoda teaches us that it's just as important to train our mind as it is to physically train our body. And so Star Wars Mindful Matters teaches us the mindful lessons that we learn from Star Wars. And please watch them, please share them. I think these lessons are more important now than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a really, really lovely series.
Thank you.
It's been really fun to watch. And we can't have you up here and not talk about Her Universe, because Her Universe has been such a game changer for so many young fans, and now it's such an established part of the fandom. I mean, how many young girls out there have come up wearing Her Universe? Yes. And now it's for everyone. So what's new?
Yes.
What's coming up for Her Universe?
Well, it started as Her Universe, and we also have Our Universe now, because Star Wars is for everyone. But we got to launch a brand new collection today. It's called From the Archives. And it's because we got to go to the archives at Skywalker Ranch.
I am so jealous. I have been trying to get in there for years.
We got to see all of the original costumes from the original trilogy and the prequels, and we got to see them in person. We got to see them right up close, and in some cases, we got to touch them. The Lucasfilm Archives team just, showed us all the costumes up close. We got permission from George Lucas himself to do this collection. And so all of this collection, which the Her Universe booth is right there through the center, right to the right, and there's pieces for women and for men and unisex, but all of the collection, the entire collection, is inspired by the archives. So what I'm wearing is actually Princess Leia's vest that she wears on Andor in Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Yes, so these sleeves and this hood actually zips off, and we have an Endor pattern with Ewoks in it.
I
but
love
then
that
check out
lining.
this shirt that I'm wearing. This is Ahsoka on a Loth Wolf. I don't even know if Dave knows that we made this shirt, but I don't know if he knows that this piece of art that he sketched is actually in the archives. So when you pull out the Clone Wars drawer in the archives, there's this sketch from Dave Filoni. So there's this unisex t-shirt up there, and we have so many pieces, and a lot of Padme pieces. We're showing a lot of love for Padme. She deserves some love. But we have a Boba Fett top, a Han Solo top, so many amazing things. This is a limited collection, so if you see something you like, go get it. It's called From the Archives, and it's available now.
I'm gonna come over and raid your booth. Well, thank you so much, Ashley, for coming up here, and
Andy,
thank you so
thank
much
you.
for everything that you've done for the Star Wars fandom, for the universe. It's just been, such a joy to get to know you over the years and to see the power that you have in this community. It's really, really incredible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Ahsoka lives in all of us.
Thanks, all right, guys. And what I do know is that there was going to be so much more Star Wars Celebration Live 2022 from Anaheim coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. And give it up for Ashley one more time.
Wherever you are in the galaxy, stay connected to Star Wars.
We cannot wait for you to return to Tatooine with us.
Get the picture on Instagram. Be inspired by the creativity.
This week, we tap below to blow out the candles on the cake.
Speak your mind on Twitter. Join the conversation.
We all speak Star Wars.
Feel at home with Facebook. Embrace the community.
We just got to talking about Star Wars.
It all lives here.
Think of the movies that really defined your childhood for you. Now think of the one name that has been attached to nearly all of them, including a couple of tiny low-budget productions like Star Wars and Indiana Jones, no big deal. Give it up for the president of Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy. How are you?
Woo! I am really good. Boy, wasn't this morning fun?
Oh my goodness, so many wonderful things.
So good to be here with everybody in person again. It's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, we were just talking backstage about how wonderful it is to be able to get all of these fans together in one place again after so long. It's just, there's no energy like it, like having you all here in one room. It's wonderful. And you know, so many big announcements this morning, so many big announcements as of late, you know. There was the big Vanity Fair piece where so many things were talked about, and I just have to know, with all of these things that we know are coming, what are you the most excited for in the Lucasfilm slate for 2022?
I'm excited for so much that's going on. I think what you guys saw this morning is evidence of there's just such variety to what's going on and such exciting expansion that's happening in the galaxy far, far away. And the most important thing is we're bringing in people that are just having a blast being a part of this. So that's, I think, overall, I think that's what's been so inspiring. And I think there's nothing better than Star Wars to escape into right now when everybody is experiencing a lot of tough things happening in the world today.
Yeah.
So if Star Wars can give us a little bit of hope and optimism and something to escape into, I think that's something we all want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, talking about the last few years, you know, there's still been stuff coming out. You know, you've been releasing The Mandalorian, you've been releasing Boba Fett. Like, it's been a regular release. You've kept to that schedule, but over the last 2 years, that must have been challenging. How has it been making things over the last 2 years?
Well, you know, I have to really give a shout out to our crews and everybody at Lucasfilm, because the resilience everyone's had trying to work around COVID. You know, the amazing thing is, in these 3 years that we experienced COVID and shutdowns and just, you know, a lot of challenges, we created 68 hours of television somehow in the middle of all of that. And it's a real testament to the people that we work with.
Yeah, and as you're expanding, you know, and putting all of these new things into production, one of the things that I loved about, you know, some of the interviews you've done recently is talking about, you know, keeping this expanding and thinking about like all of these new places to go. You know, what's the main driving creative force throughout all this? Because as you're expanding, there has to be a creative through line for everything, right?
You know, I think first of all, the thing that we really aspire to constantly is quality. That's something each and every filmmaker, storyteller who comes and works with us, and that I would say is across the board, whether we're creating games, publishing, or we're making television or working on our movies. And that's something I think is really important. We also talk a lot about what are the values that really distinguish Star Wars? What is it that everybody says, oh, that's Star Wars? And I think it is hope and optimism. I think an aspiration, those are the kind of stories that we're trying to tell. That's what we're trying to perpetuate. And I think that that's the gift that George Lucas gave us many years ago.
So you're talking about creating 68 hours of television, right? What are the opportunities that you have now working more in television than you ever have before versus working in film?
I think we can really do a deep dive with characters. We can also experiment. As you can see, there's a huge amount of variety to what we're doing. We can move through timelines, even though we want to make sure that these stories actually continue to inform what's come before, but also surprise us what happens further down the timeline. So that's what we aspire to. That's why I use this word now, persistency. It's kind of persistent storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
We're not necessarily trying to build trilogies and that kind of thing, because television has really opened the door for us to explore so many different kinds of stories and characters and do it in a really in-depth way, which is really fun.
Yeah, it's been wonderful just getting to live with these characters for much longer periods of time than we've ever gotten to before, you know? Instead of getting to spend 2 hours every couple of years, we're spending 12, 13 hours at a time with these characters and just learning all about them. And it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to be able to live in Star Wars a little bit more than we ever have. Yeah. I have to know, with all of these new characters that you have been introducing since the last celebration, who is your favorite and why is it Grogu?
It does have to be Grogu.
It has to be Grogu. It has to be Grogu. And you know, I'm sure we're interviewing some people this weekend that are a little bummed that it's Grogu, and not them. But it really is. The little guy has taken everybody's heart. And
it's amazing because it doesn't matter where you go in the world. He's stolen everybody's heart. And anytime he appears, like I'm sure you guys felt this when you saw the trailer that we showed this morning. I mean, he's just impossibly cute. I mean, come on.
Sometimes he drinks a little soup, Kathy. Have you seen when he drink a little soup?
Yep.
It's very good. It's very good.
I think it's the little tiny hairs on the top of his head, especially when that gets backlit.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
He still has his little old man hairs.
Yes, he does.
You know? They come in early for them. Oh, my goodness. Well, I have to know, everything that that has been announced, everything that's going on for the rest of the weekend, is there anything that you want to tell the fans? Is there anything they need to know that they haven't already seen?
I think Andor, yeah. I gotta say, that show is awesome. I mean, you have no idea what's coming until you see that. You're gonna be really, really excited. But I don't want to single anything out because everything we talked about today, I think you're going to find each and every show and all the new characters we're introducing are just fantastic. So I couldn't be more excited. I couldn't be more excited than to see your reaction to these new shows. So can't wait.
Oh,
and can't wait for tonight.
Yeah.
That's going to be great.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be a party tonight, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Where are we all watching? Kathy, give everybody your room number. Where are we all watching?
It is very funny, Anthony.
It is always a pleasure being able to talk to you, Kathy. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you, everybody. And this is so much fun. Continue to have a good time.
We got more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico in just a minute.
Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration Live. As many of you know, we had an interactive poll launched online earlier today asking you what the first thing you'll do at Celebration is, and the results are in. 28.5% of you said buy exclusives, 22.4% said get a seat for the panels, only 16.9% said to head to the Star Wars Celebration Live stage. Come on, y'all. It's like this is all 16% of you right here. And the clear front runner was find the droid you're looking for with a whopping 32.2%. If you missed out on that poll, don't worry, guys. We have more lined up, like this one. What's the first thing you do when you go to Galaxy's Edge? Go on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run, drink blue and or green milk, maybe both at the same time, head to Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, or find Kylo Ren. Head on over to Star Wars on Twitter and vote right now. And remember to keep on using the hashtag YesSWC2022, and you could see yourself on the screen throughout the weekend. Now, are you all ready for another panel? Yeah. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi have been the guardians of peace and justice throughout the galaxy. And for about a year and a half now, we've finally learned what the earliest days of the Jedi were like during the High Republic era. And while we've already met so many new characters and villains, this new era is just getting started. For Light and Life, the Star Wars The High Republic panel hosted by our very own Christina Ariel begins right now.
This is real life, y'all. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you all so much for coming. How are you? How's your celebration so far? How excited are you to hear other people talk that aren't me? I appreciate that answer. Can I get it for Light and Life? Can I get a We Are All the Republic? Yes. Start you off with indoctrination. Hello, Celebration, and welcome to the High Republic for Light and Life panel, and welcome to everyone that is watching us on the live stream. For those of you that don't know, my name is Christina Ariel, and I am the host of the High Republic show, and I will be your host for the next hour or so, where we will discuss all things related to the High Republic. We've got lots of news and reveals, and I say that lots with all of the capital letters. But you don't want to hear about that. Let's bring out our panelists. First up, allow me to introduce our luminous authors, Claudia Gray, Justina Ireland, Daniel Jose Older, Kevin Scott, Charles Soule. And from Lucasfilm, we have SVP of Franchise Content and Strategy, Mr. James Waugh. And of course, our Publishing Creative Director and the architect himself, Mr. Michael Soblade. Oh, you guys say hello to your fans. Oh, we're so excited. So you guys, we're gonna go ahead and get this.
These are comfy.
These are actually really
Very
nice
comfy.
chairs.
Wow.
Yeah, they are. These are like, it's giving living space.
I might just have a little sleep. Just, wake me up when it's over.
Recline a little. Can you guys believe this?
There's a lot of people.
Like, oh
to
my
be fair,
God,
I can't believe I'm not looking at you through a Zoom screen.
I know. I'm going to lose it. This is so good. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you
This
for
is
being
amazing.
here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for reading, because
Yes.
books are awesome.
That too.
Shout out to the audiobook people in the room.
Woo! Audiobooks are reading. They're reading. It all counts.
Now, Michael, let's start with you. The last time that you shared a celebration stage with all of these authors was Chicago in 2019. At that point, you teased something called, what is it, Project Luminous. Is there anything you'd like to say about that little project?
Yeah, a couple things. Thank you, because when we teased this out in Chicago in 2019, it was the little initiative that could, And thanks to all of you, it did. And we are really, really grateful for everything you guys have done, all of the support. We did this for all of you. We wanted to make sure that we had stories for everyone, formats for everyone, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, James, you've spoken about the fact that you were charged with being bold in the creation of this initiative. Do you think you did so?
I mean, looking out at the audience, I think we've done so. I mean, here's the thing that's been so amazing about this project is, yes, we were charged with being bold. We were charged with trying to do new things with our publishing program and tell new stories and create new characters. And I think we've done that. We've set we really helped develop a whole new era of the Star Wars galaxy with a vast timeline that is going to be a place for amazing Star Wars storytelling for so many years to come. I'm like giddy at the potential of this medium. I can't believe we actually, you all pulled off such an amazing interconnected storyline. So yes, I think bold was an understatement. This is beyond our wildest dreams, and I think the High Republic is going to find its way into tons of other media in the years ahead.
I'm gonna say it looks like the initiative has worked so far.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
No, it's too soon for us to take a victory lap. We are still just getting started. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. But we really did, like I said before, we really wanted to create stories for everyone. We wanted everyone to see themselves in these stories. We wanted to create new stories. We wanted to create escapism, which we certainly needed over the last couple years. And, I think all of these authors on this stage, I think all of our editors, everyone at Lucasfilm, everyone at our publishing partners did that. And, really, to all of you, thank you on a job very, very well done.
Now, it seems as if you were looking for the widest audience possible, but that you also wanted the stories and characters to be as specific as possible. And why was that important to each of you? Charles?
I mean, we were given an incredible opportunity when we started to build the High Republic, which was, we could, there were no rules at that point. It was just figure out the best Star Wars story you could, the biggest Star Wars story you could. And so we knew that one of the things that we wanted to do from the very beginning was to tell a story that was incredibly broad, that had perspectives of many, 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 many different kinds of people. Because even if you look at this group here, we're very different people. We all care about each other a lot, but we're all extremely different. We bring very different perspectives. And that's kind of what Star Wars does at its best, too. And so we wanted to provide all those different perspectives and also provide them a specificity, which I think we've been able to do, and I think it's part of why it connects with so many different kinds of people, and is a big secret to the success of the whole initiative.
Yeah, I think that's why we've got such a big cast. I mean, it's been getting smaller recently, but let's... Too soon? Too soon! But the idea right from the beginning was we have all these characters with all these different backgrounds and points of view. So we could really nail into these big galaxy-changing events. But what mattered was what they meant to the people, because at the end of the day, that's what Star Wars is. It's about the characters. It's a galaxy made up of people. And so we really wanted to, zero in on that.
I think also, we're all huge Star Wars fans, and like every Star Wars fan, we were all running around with all of these characters in our heads that we wanted to see, in canon at some point. I just remember the moment, and we were all like, okay, who are the Jedi that we're gonna see in this era? And I was like, buckets of blood! and the room got really quiet.
It was exactly like that.
It really was.
It was like that.
I was like, you guys, and no one knew what I was talking about. And then, here we are. But in that sense, it is a dream come true I think for us as writers, that we get to bring all of these characters and then bounce them off each other and have them in this world and having fun together.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it just boils down to Star Wars is for everybody. And if you're not reflecting the people you see in the real world in your fantasy worlds, there's a problem. And I think it was really great that thank you! Let's clap for diversity. And dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs, yes.
But I just think it's like, that was for me the most exciting thing, is because, you know, as a kid, I got Lando. And then I got Mace Windu. Like, Mace Windu was solid. At least he was a Jedi instead of like a guy who was just trying to get into Leia's trousers. But like, I love Lando, you guys. I wrote a book. But yeah, so like, I think it's just really nice to be able to include the people I know and love in my life and give them a character that reflects their identities as well.
Yeah. All I would add is a big part of the magic of Star Wars is the way that it mixes the archetypal and the individual. Han Solo is simultaneously a very classic anti-hero type, and yet so individually and perfectly Han. And they're all like that. And that's the thing that draws you in, is you get both the mythic level, and that individual connection that makes you love that character.
Oh. I have a legit question on my paper, but I am also slightly overcome with emotion because this is the first time that we've actually got to do a round table. No, well, we still don't have a table right now. But like,
can we get a table?
We're sitting here with everybody, and after all this time and a year and a half of working with the High Republic for me, and much longer for you all throughout the entire pandemic, to be sitting here amongst one another and with you guys in real life able to share this moment, I just want to kind of take a second and just take that in for everybody here, that this is happening. I'm so excited about it. So I promise I'll get back to the program. Now for the group, what has this experience been like? Not the writing process, but the overall experience from the release up until now.
Sorry, everyone was having feelings right now. You were asking your question.
If you need to cry, go ahead and do it. I do it all the time.
What happened to Starlight? Oh my God.
You got to read those books, Dan. You got to finish reading them.
I feel like we need some sad music playing over like a vast majority of this picture.
Where's our in memoriam?
Somebody cue the Sarah McLachlan, please.
Yes, yes. Nice soft focus.
But we had fun. We had I know we all had a really great time. Like, and it was hard because we were separated for that period, and you know, we had these great meetings where the synergy in the room is so ecstatic and excited, and the creativity is incredible. And then we couldn't do that for so long, and we had to resort to Zoom, and we did our best, you know, with everything else going on. But I know for myself, like, this really saved me for the period of, you know, these past couple of years that were so hard, but like being able to throw myself into this work and learn about these other great writers and their creativity, and learn about Star Wars and expand it, like, that's part of what really kept me going and helped me stay grounded. So I just feel so grateful for it.
We probably spent more time together virtually than we would have done if, you know, we were working on this in normal situations. And so there wasn't probably a day that went by without one of us or all of us getting together on Slack or email or Messenger or Zoom, and just being, you know, creating together, or just going, are you okay? You know, which was a major part of it. You know, it before, you know, when everything was coming out and we were launching this thing, it wasn't, let's face it, the ideal situation, but it meant that we had a support group all the way through that I don't think we would have had between us.
Yeah. And then Kevin started killing off characters.
Yes, exactly.
And we were no longer.
We all agreed I'd start killing off characters. I didn't just go one day, I know what I'll do to load. Anyway.
That was a team effort.
To quote Kevin, he does not kill your favorite characters. He also kills your second favorite characters.
And your third. And your fourth.
We got years to go.
Oh,
years to go.
Death by committee.
I mean, from a creative standpoint, this has been one of the most exciting things I've ever done. And I've been fortunate to tell a lot of great stories that I'm really proud of. But the way that this worked as a collaborative thing, and then when it started to be a collaboration with all of you guys as you started to read it and tell us what you thought of it, it was just we all had a lot of energy, just, you know, this group as we were making it, and then it started to become this incredible feedback loop when we started to hear what you guys thought of the stories we were telling, and the way that all of those initial stories landed where they did, you know, from the comics to all the novels and all the stories we told. It was like, oh my God, we did this, you know, because when you're writing something, even if it's, you know, I trust the opinions of these people, you know, completely about what they think of the work. If they think it's good, it's good. But ultimately, it kind of matters what you guys think too. And so when it started to come back that you guys felt about the High Republic the way we did, it was one of the best moments of my entire life, especially because it was happening at that moment of January 2021, which was a pretty tough time, as we all remember. So that was my experience. That's the part I'd like to highlight.
Yeah, and I loved the fact, working together, I think, you say something is more than the sum of its parts. And that's true both because of the energy that I think we all created together through collaborating, and also because, you brought your A game. You wanted to live up to what everybody else was doing.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want to embarrass anybody. Myself mostly.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, everybody else is doing brilliant things. I gotta try and do this. But I mean, that's wonderful though. That's the best possible scenario. It's inspiring for everybody, and what one person builds, everybody else gets to build upon.
And let's shout out the artists too real quick, because Harvey Tolibao, Ario, Dave Wachter, Phil Noto, there's so many amazing artists, and seeing their work come to life.
And all the Disney concept artists as well. I mean, so
many concept
all that art that kept coming through. I mean, I've never worked on a fiction project that's had so much art. And so you create these characters, then you see a cover and you go, oh, that's what they think they look like, or whatever. But it was literally every week there'd be an email from Mike going, and here's this person, and here's this person, and here's this person. And that was incredible. That was amazing.
And if we're doing this, we also have to thank Story Group. We also have to thank James and Mike, and PR people and like so many people worked on this to make it what it is. It is not just any of us. It's true. This is what Star Wars is, which is a thing that we all make together. You guys are part of it too. It's an amazing thing.
We are all the High Republic.
Oh, are we? Are we? Yeah, we are. We sure are.
No, but I will say that this has been one of the more special projects I've gotten to be a part of, because to what you're saying, Charles, every single person working on it was deeply passionate. Yeah. Everybody felt like this great responsibility that they were working on stories that would define a whole new era of the Jedi Order in that time span when we had always aspired to and thought about, when they were the Guardians of Peace and Justice and etc. Like it was special, and you could feel that energy, and you could feel that energy in your creative meetings. You could feel how that bled into Lucasfilm. And it's amazing to see that you felt that passion too.
Now, from a story perspective, Phase 1 was intense. So especially for a time period in which the Jedi are at peace, and the ending is, what's that word I'm looking for? Painful. Michael, what do you have to say about that?
That was always part of the plan.
Pain.
We wanted to we wanted to show the galaxy at peace. We wanted to show the Jedi at their height, and into that peace, something wicked this way comes. We knew that we were always going to end with the destruction of Starlight. We knew that we were going to end with the heroes losing, which is not something we typically do. Now, when we were originally crafting this, at one of our early story sessions, we were destroying Starlight at its dedication. And in one of our many meetings, we said, no, we have to see it. We want people to fall in love with it like you would fall in love with any of the other ships out there in the galaxy. So we shifted our timeline. But all of that was part of the plan from the beginning. Even the deaths that you see, it wasn't Cav, at a dartboard, saying
it wasn't Cav.
It's the accent. We're programmed to think the Empire speaks like you do, so we're like, of course, Cav. Cav must be the bad guy.
Can I just say that Cav was not being
Darth
cavalier?
Womp womp.
That was for you, Justina. Carry on. You guys.
He
it
said
was
it
a
all.
lot, okay? There were times doing the High Republic show where I would read, I would get something before I'd finished a book, and I would just have to stop because I would start crying because I was so emotionally invested. But I want someone to explain the job.
That was what it was meant to be. I mean, we had that when we were writing these characters as well. I mean, there were certain characters that are there. One guy there with a yellow lightsaber. his teacup. I knew what would happen in that teacup in the last picture we see him. And if you've not seen it yet, go back and look at the picture. It's there somewhere. And so every time Ario would draw that teacup in, flying around his head, I knew what would be happening to that teacup, and it was a case of reminding yourself that you have to pour love into these characters because you're responsible for them, and you know where they're ending up. But you also know that it's not just a case of doing a bloodbath for a bloodbath's sake, even though I sound like this. We're doing it because this is one step on the story. You know, this picture here isn't the end of the High Republic. It's like not even the midpoint of the High Republic. You know, this was a step that everyone who's left, you know, there are a few, it's going to affect them. And every death that's happened is going to affect the people we love, as it is in real life as well. So that's why we had to take care for those moments. It wasn't just a case of like throwing out the names, who we're going to kill this week. It was really trying, what would that do to the other people around them? What would that do to the people they work with? What would that do to the people they love? And that's what we're going to be playing out in the years to come.
I would say, I don't know if it's true for you guys, but for me, if I'm going to kill a character, like the only way to write that for me is to fall even more in love with that character than I ever have before. Like,
yeah,
you
no one cares about that guy that walked in on one scene. It's like, oh no, Roy died. What about Roy? It's like, no, it's the ones you love.
Tech number 5, no, please. But you know, writing, that's when you have to invest the most. I think. If it doesn't really rip you apart, you know that you have not written this correctly.
That's why Yoda bakes, actually. Not that he dies, obviously. But for me, I knew that Starlight was going to be, I knew where we were going with Starlight. And that was what I needed to build up as, like, especially in my work. I was thinking, this is a place where people bake. And that's what it's going to hurt when it goes down even more because of that.
Not
and here we
cupcakes.
It's where the memories are made, and so much of what we grieve comes from memories and from those moments. So it's extremely understandable that you would find yourself in that kind of a situation with these characters. All right, I'm not going to ask about the fate of everyone from the end of Phase 1. Instead, is there a particular character that we should keep an eye on, or is there an unsung or overlooked character from Phase 1?
Buriaga. Yeah, he's an interesting character. Where is he? We kind of...
Yeah. Big question mark, yeah.
Who knows? We know.
He's great. I love Buriaga. Oh, well.
I think you should always look at...
Charles!
Oh, well.
Not on this stage. Not in this room.
That's a shame.
You should always look where Oberlin is at any time, and whether he's in more than one place.
True. I'm going to say Arkoff, another amazing Wookiee of the High Republic. Keep an eye on Arkoff.
I think a character that I'm not sure, you know, because we did plan a lot ahead, but as you write, you do discover things and things happen. One character that I think we didn't realize was going to wind up having so much story was Nan, and her story is not over.
I'm just here for my boy, Bell Zedifer. I don't care about anybody else.
And I'd say keep an eye on Comac.
Oh, no.
Yep. I was the character I would actually say is Porter Engle, and there's a I'll talk a little bit more about him when we talk about Phase 2, but there's like a whole big thing with him that's going to be really cool. So that's the one I would say.
Oh, and also keep your eye on Lorna and make sure she's never behind you. I think that's fair to say.
She should not be anywhere near you, like next to run up beside, no.
You've got to know where she is, though, because that's
I mean, aren't there some Lorners in the room? I saw them when we were backstage. Yeah, so I feel bad for whoever's sitting in front of you, but...
All right. Now, while we don't have any of our new authors here, we do have 2 more guests from Phase 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of This Week in Star Wars and author of The Art of the High Republic, Kristen Baver. And the man of 1,000 voices and narrator of our Del Rey audio novels, Mark Thompson.
Mark, you could have dressed up, mate. You could have made an effort.
And chairs.
You guys get the fancy director's chairs.
Welcome, y'all.
Thank you.
For having us. Very important pieces of the puzzle over here.
It's nice to see you again, Christina.
I know, I haven't seen you enough this week.
It's like been 2 hours.
I know.
I missed you. I know.
K squared. All right, so Kristen, let's start with you, my love. You're writing the art of the High Republic.
I am.
We're hoping that you can spill some tea with this title. What have you got for us? Maybe, I don't know, a cover?
I see now why I'm sitting next to Mike. This is very clearly a trap, just so I have to say, Mike.
Go ahead.
We can roll the tape. All right. So I am here today to give you the first look at the cover for the art of the High Republic.
Hey.
There she is.
Look at her!
Cover art by the great Grant Griffin, who of course also did a lot of our concept art for this initiative.
Wow.
And of course we've got Burry, we've got Keeve, we've got Stellan, and we've got Yoda.
That is super dope. But how about some interior art?
I would love to show you interior art. However, before we get there, I got one more thing to say about this cover.
Tell me.
By Kristen Baver. And what does it say under that, Christina?
Forward by Kathleen Kennedy.
Forward by Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh my gosh.
That is pretty amazing. I have no words for that.
There he is.
Yeah, that's
We're on my
that's the reaction we want.
I love the live reaction in this room to this slide.
Yeah.
So this is, of course, Marcion Rowe. I looked at Charles as I said it.
I know.
Yeah, I saw your face. Marcion.
Hey.
We're not going to get into a fight up here about it.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Let's call the whole thing off. So this is Marcion Rowe.
You're okay.
Twisting the knife, twisting the blade there. What I love about this spread is, if you look very closely in our upper left-hand corner, we have some really early concept art for Marcion Rowe. So this is before everyone on this stage decided what the species was going to be for our great Eye of the Storm. So he had some kind of chalky white flesh, he has some really great markings, and my favorite thing about this is he also has trophies like a total sociopath from all of his victims. So all the way on the left you see he's got lightsabers, he's a little bit like Grievous, yes. I'm also told by the artist that all the way on our right, he has shards from ships that he has taken over, and they're just embedded in his armor. Again, sociopath, right? Am I right?
That's true. Yes.
That's my book.
Yes, you are.
Talking about.
Eyes like a shark.
Now, can you tell us a bit about the overall process?
I would love to. Yeah, sorry, I just launched right into, let me tell you my favorite things about this spread.
I mean, it's impressive.
So the overall process for creating the art of Star Wars: The High Republic was really fascinating. Typically, with an art of book, which, you know, of course, the great Phil Shostak has written so many art of books. If you're a fan of the series, you probably have his entire collection, as well as Josh Cushin's and Amy Ratcliffe, and now I'm so excited to join that group. The process, however, was just interviewing everyone on this stage except for Christina. Love you, sorry. And really trying to get the behind-the-scenes story of how this initiative came to be. Now, if you don't know, I was actually a journalist before I came to Lucasfilm. So this was kind of a coming back to that part of my brain that just loves to ask nonstop questions and talk to people for hours on end and really try and get into the room of what was happening at Skywalker Ranch as they were coming up with this initiative. And it was just so fascinating. I love this story in this book. I'm so excited to share it with all of you when it comes out. And we also got to talk about really tough things, like how the pandemic shaped this series. Charles had already written Light of the Jedi when that happened in 2020. It certainly, I think, impacted some of the revisions.
Absolutely.
But there are a lot of choices that feel like they could have been made after March of 2020 that just...
Basically Charles's fault.
Yes. I just want... Let's just let that go.
Is it Cav's fault? Is it Charles's fault? Who knows?
You know, we're all the Republic.
There's a lot of blame happening in the center of the stage here.
What else you got for me, Kristen?
What else do I have? Let's see. Yes.
Look at that hair.
Top knot Yoda.
Top knot Yoda.
Oh, I'm gonna
That was a big deal to us, Top Knot Yoda, as you can probably tell.
Obviously, I'm a huge Yoda fan. I absolutely adore this character, as I think is true for everyone on this stage. The first thing I said to Mike when we were talking about me being on this panel and getting to share some of this art from inside the book with all of you was, I really want Man Bun Yoda. Can we do that? And we can. You see, we did.
But I think, it's important to see it because it's important to look at process.
Process, yeah.
Because if we're telling a story of the High Republic and it's centuries before the Skywalker saga, you can't just drop Yoda from Ep 4 in there, and you can't just drop Yoda from Ep 1 in there. And what does Yoda look like? What do the Jedi look like? And we really looked at everything. And you called out Phil before, Phil Shostak, Pablo Hidalgo, Matt Martin, everyone, Emily, everyone on story team, the authors, we thought of every little detail, and we had Jeff Thomas do art, we had Grant Griffin do art. Ultimately, what we came upon was, Yoda just needs to look a little bit younger. We need to give him the gold and the white, and give him a little bit more attitude, which is what he has here.
To that process point, I think one of the stories that this book really gets into that was an absolute blessing for this project, this entire initiative, is that I think it went back to the Lucasfilm's roots of that sort of synergy between the art department, story, writers, and the ability to sort of react to art in the process of writing and really see the exploration and how these things pinged off each other. It is, when I think Lucasfilm is at its best, we were working holistically like that, and different talents are inspiring each other. And
Absolutely.
This is an example of that.
100%.
And also, speaking of the roots, I know I jokingly called it Man Bun Yoda earlier, but one of the really cool things as I was talking to the artist about this piece was he was talking about how he went back and he looked at things that influenced George Lucas as he was creating Star Wars in the first place. So he looked at Akira Kurosawa. He looked at what samurais look like, and that's where a lot of these designs truly come from. So not only was he looking at what does Yoda need to look like before we meet him in The Phantom Menace, but also how can we bake in some of that genuine, authentic Star Wars DNA into the process. Now, ultimately, the decision was that Yoda, he's 900 years old when we last see him in Return of the Jedi, so he's probably not going to change so drastically in the couple of centuries that we have between the High Republic and the Phantom Menace. So ultimately, of course, the page on the right is the Yoda of the High Republic era. Also by Grant Griffin.
But the attitude on, I still love that picture of Yoda, the main one with the gold.
You see the
because the attitude on that, the way he's holding himself and everything. And I know when Ario drew Yoda in the first issue of the High Republic comic, again, it was the swagger, and we got the pantsuit in as well then for that Yoda. And it's the way he walks onto Starlights in the Ops Center, in the hub, and everyone just goes, it's Yoda. And it was that's the attitude we wanted to get from him.
You mentioned Ario, and I have to say, one of the absolute blessings of working on this book was getting to talk to all of the artists. We got to talk to Ian McCaig, we got to talk to Phil Noto, and Ario and Harvey were just delightful. They are so clearly just diehard fans that cannot believe that they get to work on this every single day, and they're so delighted by working with all of you. Christina.
Arf, 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 arf. Next slide.
This next one's for Justina.
Can you guys
give me that premium bell content?
This is one of the questions I am most delighted about. What does Ember mean to you? Go ahead, Justina. We know you want to.
Arf, 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 arf.
Oh my God. My thoughts exactly.
We need more pets. Everyone needs more pets. Everyone needs more scritches and love, and just, it's amazing to see a Jedi and his dog. I mean, Charhound.
Yeah. In my case, I knew I was like, okay, I have to set an amount to have Ember and stick to that amount, or otherwise it's going to be, like the Fallen Star, Ember's story. Like, I would very happily do that.
No one's complaining about that, Claudia. We would love that.
Now, as excited as I am to talk about the beautiful Ember, I would like to get over to you, Mark. How did you go about finding the voices for this era? And specifically, how did you land upon Markion Rose voice.
Yeah. It was really cool. I mean, it's kind of a perfect segue because the concept art really was a huge inspiration, and just seeing all those beautiful paintings and illustrations of these characters totally influenced me. And I got this top secret email of a lot of them, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. So a lot of it was that, and then most of it is just how amazing all of you are, and just because you put so much into the writing that it puts these pictures in my mind. And for Markion, there was a line in Light of the Jedi that says, his voice was quiet, a breath, not a scream. And I kind of latched onto that, and there was something about the quietness and the breathiness. He's very cold and calculating and passive. Don't forget your hand. You know, and there's something that was almost more unsettling about that than another choice I could have made. And the concept art about him being like a predator, and he looked like a shark. And I was thinking about the idea of like how calm and still sharks are until they strike, and then they're like ferocious. But before that, it's like this eerie stillness that's like almost makes you more uncomfortable.
Now,
You nailed it.
Oh, thank you. All right. Phew. I did not want to answer this question with Charles on the stage, so yeah.
do you have any other favorite characters or voices from the High Republic?
My other favorite is Skier. He is stupendous.
That made me so happy. All right, so we are between phases now, so let's talk about phase 2, y'all. Michael and James, what can you tell us?
If you go to I think it's the next slide, phase 2 is an all new jumping on point. You do not have to have read any of phase 1 for phase 2. But it's the type of thing where you get to see where the story was at its start, right? It's very similar to the Skywalker saga. You know, we told the middle, we're going to tell the beginning, and then we will tell the end. And it is very much an age of exploration, as you can see.
All right, how about some more reveals? So
We got a lot of reveals. Let's go.
let's meet some of the cast.
Buckle in.
Charles, can you tell us about the chancellors, plural?
I can. So one of the things we wanted to do, well, actually, pulling back a tiny bit, Star Wars is a history, right? And eras of history inform one another. And so what we're doing with phase 2 is going back 150 years before the storytelling that we just saw in phase 1. And so what we really wanted to do was suggest some of the ways that the history we'll see in phase 2 turns into the history we see in phase 1, just like real life history does. And one of the ways we wanted to do that was to suggest that, not suggest, we're gonna have 2 chancellors. And Chancellor Greylark, who's a human who is very sort of focused on a westward expansion, kind of like the exploration movement that is a big part of phase 2. Whereas Chancellor Moyo is a Quarren who is actually in the Outer Rim, but is very focused on things happening in the core. And that's a really interesting dynamic, right? The person from the core is focused on going out, while the person from the Outer Rim is more focused on like things inward. And so, but the thing that's really emblematic and the thing that makes this still the High Republic is that those 2 people are not at odds. They're like, we have this movement to focus on developing the core. We also have this focus on the expansion, and let's do those things together in a way that like elevates both of us. And that's very High Republic. And yet having a 2 chancellor dynamic is interesting and new and will lead into the storytelling we see in phase 1.
That history, by the way, is something that's going to be really unique to this initiative, in the sense that I think some of the really bold things George did with the prequels was kind of seeing the antecedents of design, seeing sort of the things that led to the original trilogy. And I think what's been great about this process is having those world building conversations, seeing those design moments of seeing those antecedents kind of take place, seeing what a droid would look like here and how that would build forward. And then just seeing the historical cost of, we all think of the world moving on these like 4-year time cycles, but in truth, things that happened decades ago impact the now. And so I think that's something that will evidence itself as this initiative.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Also, shout out to Minji Yoon, who is a fantastic concept artist. Yes. So hopefully is either here or watching. So I'm very excited to see their art up here. Let's talk about phase 2, because I'm told there are even more reveals in this panel. Claudia, who are the Pathfinders?
Really, all I can tell you is this is the Jedi and the Republic working together at this early phase, and it's about exploration. This is a point in time where this area of space is very much unknown to the Republic, and not everything is necessarily tied together as closely. You've always got a master, you've always got a Padawan, and although this idea predated it, did anybody else think about that when you sort of saw the Master Padawan episode of Visions? I definitely felt some of that vibe. You have these really become very tightly knit groups that are going out really into the unknown. I mean, one thing that we talked a lot about in terms of this was how tech would be different, because with Star Wars, canonically, they've had roughly this tech for about 10,000 years. We're like, well, how do we make it different? How do we make it rougher? And we realized, tech is no good without infrastructure. You have to have that infrastructure to make things work. And so that's something we've relied on in phase one. You don't have the same capabilities. And these people are even more out on their own, even more right on the cusp of that adventure.
Ooh. So we've talked about the Pathfinders. Cav, do you want to tell us about the comms team?
So one of the themes that have been going through the High Republic, in fact going through Star Wars, that communication is good, guys. Talk to each other. When you don't, bad things happen. But our teams in phase two literally can't talk to each other when they're out there in the galaxy exploring. They don't have a series of beacons that are beaming holograms and beaming messages back and forth. So the comm teams are out there trying to desperately establish, as the Republic grows, the ability and the infrastructure that they can all talk to each other. But the droids, the EX droids, this was something that Pablo came up with in one of our very first weeks in Skywalker Ranch, when he talked about the Pony Express droids we could have. And that's exactly what these are. Because at this point, you can't beam messages across. You literally have to talk into a droid that goes, okay, I'm off, gets in a little spaceship and zooms back to the core, delivers the message, waits for the message, and then goes back. So it's like cell phones in dramas. You don't want them because they ruin drama, because you can just phone someone up. So you try everything you can do to break a phone within the first act. That's what we've done here. We've broken the entire galactic communication systems, and those droids are really important.
Oh, okay. So we've seen comms team, we've seen the Pathfinders. Let's see some Jedi. Cav, who are Maddie and Olivia?
So, this is Matty and Olivia. They are two Jedi who are operating out of Jeddah, which is a big part of phase two. So Matty is a Padawan, Olivia is a Jedi Knight. They're not she's not Olivia's Padawan, but they work together in something called the Convocation of the Force. And I won't go any further on that just yet.
I would stop there.
I just heard Charles go,
I'm just intrigued. I can't wait to hear what it's all about.
Well, you're going to have to.
Yes, I suppose so.
Michael is sitting right there.
I would stop there. Let's move on. What's the next slide?
All right, and Daniel, we hear that Arkoff is back.
Arkoff!
As my grandma would say, tell me about his little friend.
That is this wonderful droid named Zizi, who you will find out lots about Zizi coming up. But I did say to watch Arkoff. Arkoff is not just an amazing Jedi and an amazing leader to other Jedi, but he's a pivotal part of this larger story that we're telling, and that's why I'm so excited to get into him more in the upcoming manga, which we'll hear more about soon.
And Daniel, since we are speaking to you,
yes,
who or what are the, am I saying this right, Dankgrax?
The Dankgrax. So my
Concept art by Daniel Jose Older.
Who did that art? Who did that weird art? Mike came to us and was like, we want to do some bad guy reveals. Can you write up who the bad guys are in the comic? And I was like, yes. And then I didn't. And then it was too late. And then in the words of the poet Thanos, I was like, I'll do it myself. And these are the Dankgrax. You will meet them in the Dark Horse comics. They look funny, but they are really mean. Most of them are rejects from different dark side force cults from around the galaxy. You may recognize some of the sorcerers of Tund kind of regalia that one of them has. They're all just these kind of losers who, they're not great at the force, I'm gonna be honest with you. They don't practice. They don't really have that discipline, but they are mean, and they are very well connected, and they cause a lot of trouble. And one of them hates Maz Kanata more than I can even explain. And that's all I have to say about that.
Kristen, please put this in volume 2.
Listen, the good news is I'm not doing the art for the comic.
No, I want this specifically in volume 2 of the
I want an art of Daniel
I'm
Jose
already
Oldham.
feeling like I'm missing out now. There's 4 more pieces of art that are not in the book.
I did say a Force-sensitive Bill the Cat was going to be part of this, and there she is.
No, we've already revealed a character named Marta Rowe, but we have some more of this mysterious path of the open hand to reveal. Justina, can you tell us about the mother?
I don't know, there's no art up there. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Sometimes it's just a trap, you guys. Like, so the mother is, well, she is the spiritual leader of a group of adherents that is very charismatic and very nurturing and very complicated.
Good word.
I'm trying to, I literally just read through this manuscript, and so I'm trying to figure out, what can I say that's not a spoiler? All I will tell you is her primary belief is the Force will be free. What does that mean? I don't know, ...
Who's the Herald?
I forgot there was another character. See, I did my homework and wrote all this stuff. I didn't get to draw my own characters. So the Herald is sort of the administrative side of this group of believers. And so you can see, he's a Nautolan with no head tendrils. Maybe had a little bit of a rough life. Sometimes that happens, right? You can see, unlike the mother, he's a little more, doesn't adhere to fashion, maybe? Like, he's a little tattered. He's got his work boots on.
It's called distress.
Distress. He paid a lot of money for those pre-distressed robes.
Oh, he's definitely distressed.
Urban Outfitters.
It's the Kanye version of the face, too.
He is ripped. Not for nothing. He's brolic.
Yeah, I know. So he's kind of works with the mother, but, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. It's not a story with a little bit of conflict, and you'll have to read Path of Deceit to figure it all out.
Speaking of Path of Deceit, we've already revealed the cover to our young adult novel, Path of Deceit, by Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland. But let's take a look at some other covers, shall we?
Oh, yes.
First up is our sneak peek at the work in progress for Zoraida Cordova's novel, Convergence. Then we get to the cover to the middle grade novel, Quest for the Hidden City, written by George Mann. And then a comic mini-series from Dark Horse called The Nameless Terror, also written by George Mann. I think I can guess the villain of this one. Cav, do you want to do the honors on the next one?
I don't know, what is the next one? Oh, right, there we go. So this is issue 1 of the new Marvel High Republic series by Ario, who's returning on this issue with me. So we've met Matty there. That's Vildar Mak, who is someone who comes to Jeddah to find himself. And as of the person behind, well, you have to wait and see.
Just gonna say the dude on the right has big David K. Harbour energy, just saying. Just gonna throw that out there. Charles, can you do the honors on the next one?
I'm really excited too. So this is a story about Porter Engle, the Blade of Bardota, I was very fortunate in Phase 1 to get to tell a very focused story about Marking Row called Eye of the Storm, and Porter Engle is another character that was introduced in Light of the Jedi, who I've known his backstory for a long time, and I'm very lucky that I get to do this focus series for Marvel as a comic, which is where I've done a ton of my storytelling about his story, right? So when we meet him in the Phase 1 stories, he's a legend, beyond legend in the Jedi Order. And he's cheerful and he's happy and he cooks his stew and all that stuff. But as we all probably know, the person you are on the outside is not always the person you are on the inside. And Porter Engle is very, very much like that. And this is going to explore why he's the way he is, why he like just went off and was a cook. He's very much a gunslinger Jedi in this. Which is a concept that I'm very excited for you to see what that means, what a gunslinger Jedi actually is. He travels with his sister, which is something you're gonna They have a really, really cool dynamic that I think is going to be fun. The story is one of the most epic things I've ever written. I told Mike, I sort of ran it down for him last night, and it seems like it landed pretty well. And then the last element I want to say about it is that one of the things I like to do, because I've been fortunate to tell stories in a lot of different eras of Star Wars, is connect pieces. And there's something that I laid down in the Darth Vader book I did a long time ago called the Barash Vow. There's a Jedi who takes the Barash Vow when they step away from the Force for a while when they feel like they have to. And this is going to be the origin of where that Barash Vow comes from. So.
And I would say there's a lot of big adventure in Phase 2, but this is one of the darker stories, I'd say.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a tragedy, but a really cool one.
Best kind.
Mark, is there anything that you'd like to announce?
Yes, there is. Coming early next year, there's going to be an all-new audio original, and it's entitled The Battle of Jeddah.
Wow.
Yeah. All I can say is there's a battle, and it's in or around Jeddah.
Solid answer. And you know what else? Let's announce some more novels. So coming spring 2023, we have Cataclysm, which is our adult novel by Lydia Kang. Quest for Planet X, which is our middle grade by Tessa Gratton. And Path of Vengeance, our young adult novel by Kevin Scott.
Hey.
So that was a lot of reveals and a lot of exciting content to come. Phase 2 looks like it's going to be just as exciting as Phase 1. And if the evasiveness of my guests is any indicator, prepare. But we're not done yet. As a thank you for everyone who came to this panel and just before, then don't forget we have our THR cosplay contest and photo ops starting at 3 o'clock outside. Oh, you know what I just did? I skipped that really cool part where we give everybody that came to this panel a poster. Oh. Which poster? That one. And you can get this poster signed at the Mysterious Galaxy booth tomorrow at 4:30. And just before that, don't forget about our THR cosplay contest and photo op starting at 3 o'clock. And outside in front of the fountain, we hope to see you there in your best cosplay. Now, panelists, that was a lot of everything we've seen and what we can talk about. What are you most looking forward to?
Like this weekend or just in life?
I was like, I'm going to have dinner at some point.
Phase 2. They don't care about your weekend. They care about Phase 2.
All right.
I'll start with that one because I'll say that Path of Deceit, the YA by Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland, is one of the best novels that we have ever made in publishing here. It really is extremely welcoming.
You're just setting me up, Mike, and everyone's gonna hate it. I'm gonna have to
No, and I've said, Justina, I've said this to you a dozen times, and same with Tessa. It's a really, really amazing YA novel. If you've never read YA before, don't let that stop you from picking this up. It's a great introduction to Phase 2. In fact, it will kick off Phase 2 on October 4th, I believe, of this year. And there are a lot of seeds in there for storytelling to come beyond that novel. So that is one of the things that I am most excited for Phase 2.
James, is there anything else that you can tell us about this initiative? Might we? Ooh.
Don't you hate
Nothing to see here.
You got a Jedi mind trick him.
What was that?
Whoa. You did that, did not.
Michael.
Nothing? Weren't you talking to James?
I mean, if you don't want to talk to him. James, is there anything else you can tell us about this initiative? Might we see it grow beyond publishing and X Labs?
I think absolutely. We are seeing it grow every day. And I think that's the thing that's always been so exciting about this is to really launch something in publishing and then create a space that could kind of go on for decades. Like I said before, there's video games in development. As we know, Leslie Headland is currently in development on a live-action High Republic show called The Acolyte. She's an incredible talent, and I'm excited for you all to see what she's been doing. And there are other things. And one day I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that. But we're super excited about where the High Republic is going. It's a bright future ahead until Cabin kills everybody.
Seriously.
Michael, you got anything else that you want to show us before we wrap up?
I don't know what you're talking about. So we glimpsed the Nameless at the end of Eye of the Storm #2. But we never actually got a good look at them. And we thought, why not reveal this mysterious, nameless creature that has been plaguing the Jedi for a good chunk of our initiative. You know, we spoke about many times before about communication being a theme, but the other big theme was what scares the Jedi. And this is certainly connected to that. This is the Nameless, but if you want to talk about the Leveler, yeah. So, you know, the Jedi should be afraid. They should be very, very afraid.
Well, that's creepy. And with that, we bring our panel to a close. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thanks for watching at home. Thanks for loving the High Republic the way we love you. And may the Force be with you.
And if I could just say very, very quickly, you know, we said it earlier at the start, but this really is a labor of love for everyone on this stage. And there's an army of people who are working on this with us. You know, we said Phil Shostak, you know, Pablo's Story Group, all of the Lissa Hurwitz, everyone in publicity, everyone in marketing, all of our publishers. We are working on all of this and really trying to deliver something that is worthy of Star Wars and worthy of you know what we all experienced when we were kids sitting in that movie theater. And we're doing this for all of you, and we thank you for showing up today. The fact that this room is filled is ridiculous. You know, thank you, really, really thank you, because we are all the Republic. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the show. Thank you, Christina.
For light and life.
Hello, old friend.
Here we are again at the Celebration store.
I love this. We come here every celebration to show off some of the unique exclusives that they have for everybody who attends the convention. Starting right here at Dex's Diner. It's the 20th anniversary of Dexter Jetster.
I know you've been waiting for this for a very long time.
20 years.
Yeah, I know.
We're gonna look around at some other stuff, but make sure they know that I want this.
Anthony, I've always wanted to learn the secrets of the Force like a Jedi.
Andy, you're in so much luck, because this is the official, unofficial Force training kit where you can learn the secrets of the Force like a Jedi. Everything you need is in this kit. You get a rock, a second rock. All you gotta do is lift them with your mind. Oh, that one moved.
Well, I'm really excited to see Frog Lady here. She's got her cute little tank of eggs.
This is one of my favorite episodes. One of
so
my favorite bits from the show.
good.
One of my other favorite things was to see this guy.
Oh, yes.
To see Kirstanton make it big in Hollywood. There's a lot of Aunt Beru's dark roast stuff this year. Right? Am I right? But this is great. It's on mugs, it's on shirts, it's on a patch. And
I love a little bit of dark humor.
it apparently unfolds to that. This is the way my eyes see him every time.
Just a sparkly little ray of joy.
It shows.
And I need him.
Yeah,
and he's a bobblehead. Like, yes.
Oh, he's one of the bobble ones?
You know it. This is very good. Okay, so one of the most fun things at the Celebration store is the customizable screen print t-shirt station.
Yeah.
There are so many designs to choose from.
You can get any of the t-shirts that they have with any design on it. I think mine's ready.
I got one too.
And Andy?
All right, we'll have to show each other on three.
Okay, on three, we'll show each other our shirts.
Okay.
One, two, three. I got rainbow tie-dye with the look.
Oh.
I missed you.
This is why we're friends.
One of the highlights every year, a big thing for collectors, are the celebration pins.
Oh yeah.
We've got Mandalorian pins. I love this Moff Gideon with the
so
Darksaber.
cute.
We've got Attack of the Clones for the 20th anniversary. No Dexter Jetster, but we'll go back to that in a moment because I have a theory. We've got the Bad Batch. I love the Echo pin. And then we've got the mystery boxes. These are blind boxes, so you'll get a 2-pack, and these are assorted. Now, 4 of these our mystery pins. Come down here with me. 4 different Dexter Jetsters.
One's just his mustache. Well, I'm ready to go now. I think we did very good here.
Yeah. Remember, all this stuff is available if you're here. The Celebration store is open while the show floor is open. There's some wonderful stuff. Come on by and get some of the daily. I forgot Chrysanthemum.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yes, and we are back. Well, come on, let's face it. We all have phones. If you're like me, you pretty much live on your phone, and that's not something special. But we all really don't have are some of these cool new cases from our friends at Casetify. I've got Jen with me right here. Jen, how you doing? Welcome to Star Wars Celebration.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
You enjoying it so far?
This is incredible. I think everyone is so excited, and I can feel that excitement, so
fantastic. Now, Jen, you bought an incredible assortment of phone cases for us today. Why don't you walk us through some of the favorites and tell us what you got?
Yes, so Casetify is actually known for our collaborations. We probably launch around 50 per year, but this is our first ever collection with Star Wars, and I'm so excited to show this to you guys. We focused on the original trilogy, all 3 movies, and we have some, we call them our poster cases, and these are available for iPhone, Samsung, and Google Pixel as well. And then we have some classics in here too. We have the Binary Sunset case, which is a fan favorite, and the Millennium Falcon case. And I do have our very special limited edition case.
Oh, let me see that. Check it out. Now, where can we get this one?
So this case, only 1,000 units were made. They were all sold out online, but we reserved 100 of them and brought them here just for you guys.
100, just for you guys?
Just 100.
So where can they get these? They can get them here, and what is it? It's just the first 100, and then when they're gone, they are gone.
They're gone forever. And it's an aluminum phone case. It's MagSafe. It's compatible for iPhone 12, iPhone 13 series. It's really protective, and it's all engraved.
I love it.
So
now, do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite poster on there too?
I actually love the Sunset case.
Do you? That's my favorite too.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Okay, fantastic. So why don't you tell folks, other than phone cases, you were actually telling me you've got some new products out available as well. Why don't you tell me about that real quick?
Yeah, so we just launched some new MacBook cases, and it's all online, some new sleeves. We like to incorporate these into our collaborations, so we have even more products from the Star Wars collection online. Just go to casetify.com. We ship anywhere, free shipping. And you can stay tuned because we have lots and lots of collections coming.
Lots and lots coming from Casetify. Thank you so much for stopping by, Jen.
Thank you.
We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in a second.
Thank you so much.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, the Republic is on the precipice of launching a brand new space station, the Starlight Beacon, allowing safer travel and communication throughout the Outer Rim. But those plans are put in jeopardy when a group of marauders known as the Nile destroy a transport ship traveling through hyperspace, flinging debris onto unsuspecting systems throughout the Outer Rim. Thankfully, a group of Jedi, led by Master Avar Kriss, help minimize the damage caused by this great disaster. Meanwhile, another group of Jedi arrive at what they think is an abandoned space station after their ship is knocked out of hyperspace during the Great Disaster, only to discover it's overrun by evil sentient plants known as the Drangir. And surprise, the Nile have just arrived too. In order to survive, the Jedi turn the plants against the Nile and escape. But by doing this, the Drangir are also let loose after centuries of slumber to wreak havoc across the galaxy, even taking root on Starlight Beacon. Realizing the Nile are a threat to all, the Republican Jedi vow to vanquish the band of marauders in order to restore peace to the galaxy. Determined to boost morale of a beleaguered galaxy and celebrate the accomplishments of the Republic, Chancellor Lina So commences the Republic Fair on the planet Valo. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Well, except for the Nile attacking the fair, and their leader, Marchion Ro, reveals he has a mysterious and devastating creature known as the Nameless that preys on Jedi, filling their minds with horrific visions and even scaring some literally to death. With the Republic reeling after the Republic Fair tragedy, the galaxy is galvanized while the Jedi and the Republic go on the offensive against the Nile. But when the Starlight Beacon is dispatched to the IRAM system to provide relief from a recent natural disaster, it allows the Nihil to infiltrate the station disguised as refugees. They cause an explosion that breaks the Starlight Beacon in two. The Jedi must save the survivors and evacuate. Marchion Ro seizes his opportunity and announces himself the Eye of the Nihil in front of the entire galaxy as Starlight Beacon crashes into the IRAM sea. Will the light of the Jedi be extinguished forever? Can anyone stop Marchion Ro? Find out in Star Wars: The High Republic.
Ready?
All clear. Come on out.
Chewie.
This ship is now under the command of the First Order.
Live your Star Wars story in a new 2-night adventure.
You know what I've come for.
Only at Walt Disney World Resort.
Hey guys, Hector here. We are at the Star Wars Hunters booth talking about this incredible new video game, and I'm here with Caitlin. Caitlin, before we start, what is your official title and what are we about to talk about?
Yeah, hi, I'm Caitlin Connor. I'm a senior game designer and I'm working on the narrative for Star Wars Hunters.
Okay, so break this down a little bit. What is happening in Star Wars Hunters? How does this relate to the larger Star Wars galaxy?
Sure, so it takes place in an arena on a planet called Vespara, which is a new planet that was created for the game, which is very exciting. And all of the characters that you see behind you are battling it out in the arena.
So for people that are uninitiated, what type of game is this? What genre does this fall into? How would you describe the gameplay?
Sure, so it's a 4v4 arena combat game, and all of the different characters have sort of their own abilities within the game, which is really exciting.
Caitlin, do you have a favorite character in the game?
That's really difficult for me. I love all of them.
Caitlin, come on.
Okay, Sprocket is probably one of my favorite characters.
Tell us about Sprocket. Is Sprocket here?
Well, he's on the side. So here you have Sprocket.
Caitlin's favorite character. Tell us a
One of
little
my
bit
favorite
about Sprocket.
Yes, so he's a really exciting character. He is a programmer. He programs his own droids, and also he helped to engineer J3DI, who is our Jedi Knight character, who is a droid.
Caitlin, did you base any of this character on your own personal life?
No,
okay.
but I do relate very heavily to him because he is a huge fan of the arena, and I am also a huge fan of the arena.
Oh my gosh. So the really cool thing about this booth is that people who are at Star Wars Celebration can come with their friends and play it together, all linked up. This is amazing. Tell us about this.
So there's a ton of devices out here. Basically, we want everyone to come out. We want you to play it with your friends, and we want you to get your kind of first taste of fighting it out in the arena.
Caitlin, I think it would be really fun if we forced this entire group of people to move back over to the other side, because I want to talk about my favorite character.
All right,
Will you join me?
Sure,
let's go this way,
absolutely.
everybody. Come on. I want to talk about my favorite character. There is the most brilliant idea for a Star Wars character, I think, maybe since Star Wars began, 45 years ago. We are talking about two Jawas in a trench coat.
Yes.
and their name is Utuni.
Utuni, yes, because there is 2 of them.
This is Utuni right here.
Here.
Caitlin, who came up with this idea, and can we ensure that they got a raise?
I actually don't know, and what I hear from inside the company is it was such a brilliant idea that nobody knows. It sort of just came up through a bunch of ideas.
Everybody's gonna take credit for that one.
Everyone's gonna take credit for it, yes.
Tell me about Utuni. What abilities do they have? How do they work in the game?
Yes, so they're stacked on top of each other in order to be able to be tall enough to compete in the arena, which is pretty exciting. They are scavengers. They scavenge a bunch of items for their weapons, which they've built, and basically they have 2 different weapons that they can switch between when you're playing the game, which is really neat.
Well, they're my favorite Star Wars character maybe ever, and I haven't even played the game yet. Star Wars Hunters, how excited are you that this is real?
Very, very excited to be in the booth. Hopefully I'll be hanging out here as much as I can.
So Caitlin, there is gonna be a Star Wars Hunters panel at Celebration this weekend. When is that happening? How can people go to it?
Yeah, it's happening Saturday at 1 p.m. on the Twin Sun stage, and it's going to be a really exciting opportunity to talk about the game and also get to know a little bit more about all of the characters.
Oh, excellent. All the answers will be revealed.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Some of the answers will be revealed.
Okay, great. Guys, if you're at Celebration, come check it out, play with your friends, and we've got much more Star Wars Celebration live right after this. Don't go anywhere.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
I got a really good feeling about this.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of Star Wars to explore. StarWars.com. It's all Star Wars, all the time.
I'm Ashley Eckstein, and I'm here at the Her Universe booth on the floor at Star Wars Celebration, and we have a brand new collection called From the Archives. That's right, the entire collection is inspired by the Lucasfilm archives. We got to go to Skywalker Ranch. We got to see the original costumes from episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and we designed ready-to-wear pieces and turned it into a fashion collection. So come on, let me show you some of my favorite pieces. We have Princess Leia's Andor vest from Star Wars Return of the Jedi, and we turned it into a jacket, and there is a cool lining on the inside with Ewoks in it. We have Padme's outfit from Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, with the matching wrap, as well as Princess Leia's iconic outfit from Cloud City. We turned it into a dress. It has the pattern there. It's absolutely gorgeous. But for the men, for the unisex pieces, we've got you covered, because this Boba Fett top is incredible. This is inspired by Boba Fett's costume from Empire Strikes Back. Now, this is for men, it's unisex, and it's just amazing. We have the sleeve detail, the original logo. This is one of my favorites. Now, coming on down, we have this cardigan inspired by Queen Amidala, and it has a faux fur lining in the hood. Now, I think everyone's going to love this, because this is Padme Amidala's wedding gown top. So we took Padme's wedding gown, and we turned it into a fashion top, and we made sure to cover it in pearls. Now, of course, we have an Imperial sweatshirt and an Imperial top These are some our universe unisex pieces. But coming on down here, we have some t-shirts inspired by the art from the archives. It was so cool. They pulled out all of these posters that didn't make the final cut, and several of them were still just on a piece of paper sketched with pencil. So right here we have our Star Wars logo t-shirt, and you can see the pencil marks right there. We had to make sure to get really the original concept feel onto the t-shirts. We also have, we couldn't leave out Ahsoka. We have an Ahsoka tee, and this is a piece of, I don't know if it was concept art, or honestly, it might have just been a doodle by Dave, because Dave would doodle all of the time in the studio, but this piece of art was done by Dave, and it's in the Lucasfilm archives. Now this is an Empire Strikes Back poster that did not make the cut, but this was in the archives, and I love this. On the back, it has an Empire Strikes Back logo. So Empire Strikes Back is my personal favorite film, so I love this t-shirt. Now coming over here, we have so many accessories that you can also get, including this brand new Ahsoka Tano inspired from season 7 of Star Wars The Clone Wars, an Ahsoka Tano inspired purse, which also turns into a backpack, and a change purse. And we've got matching jewelry, so you can get the jewelry pieces to accessorize your From the Archives collection. So get it here at the Her Universe booth on the floor. Oh, and don't forget your Ahsoka and Anakin, your Snips and Sky Guy pin. These are limited. You're gonna wanna get them before they're gone. So come check us out. Bye.
It's the little things that make Star Wars great, and our next guest specializes in making great little Star Wars things. It's the founder and designer of RockLove, Allison Cimino. Hi, Allison.
Hey, everyone.
Now, if you have not checked out RockLove jewelry, it is a personal favorite of mine, as you well know.
As one of our models.
Yeah, and I will continue to do so because your merch is fantastic. I mean, first and foremost, if you can see it, she is wearing kyber crystal necklaces, and they are fantastic. Now, what can you tell us about new items you're showing off just for celebration?
So my name is Allison, RockLove Jewelry, booth 2230. So for the show, we have a first market exclusive of 4 new kyber crystals. So we worked actually with Swarovski to make custom crystals. They're set in a lightsaber bases, and we have 4 here at the show. It's Mace Windu, Obi-Wan Kenobi, because obviously we're very excited. Very excited. We've got Anakin and Yoda. So it is our Master Jedi collection, even though Anakin, we're gonna give him a slight pass. We'll let him in. He was, Ahsoka's master in Clone Wars. So he'll slide in there pre-Younglings.
I mean, I was gonna say we all make mistakes, but that's... All right, what's the process like making jewelry, but with a Star Wars twist?
Star Wars twist. Usually it is me having an excuse to binge Star Wars for work. But essentially we get to work with Lucasfilm, which is amazing because in addition to being inspired by all of the different films, the animated series, all of the new content on Disney+, we get to see behind the scenes work with concept art and props and even see things before they come out. So we get to create special talismans for the fans as we get to meet new characters for the new content as the galaxy expands.
And Allison, how can people learn more about your products?
To learn more of RockLove, definitely come visit us at 2230 for the 4 first-to-market kyber crystals. And then on rocklove.com, we have an expansive Star Wars collection in addition to other licenses, Star Wars, Marvel, Disney, Pokemon, all the geek things. And then, RockLove jewelry on social media, so you get all of the alerts for what's to come.
Well, Allison, we appreciate you taking your time to come over. You all be sure to check out the RockLove jewelry booth. I also had to be sure to do a full spin so that we can say hello to everybody out here and say once again, thank you all so much for being here, for joining us. And if a few of those necklaces don't make it backstage, you saw nothing. More Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in just a second. Stick around.
It's time to get ready here, folks.
It's been 20 years since his iconic role in Star Wars Attack of the Clones. Now he's back and better than ever, especially now that he's ditched those cumbersome Jedi robes and pesky arms and legs for the iconic armor of Darth Vader. Just don't talk to him about sand. And he's also brought with him a guy whose uncle was in A New Hope, which I guess is good enough to be on our stage. Oh, he also plays Obi-Wan. Let's give a giant hello there to Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen. I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, I would not have expected to be sitting up here with the two of you together talking about this show. This is amazing. How hype are y'all for this show? Oh my stars. How does it feel to be coming back? Oh no, I gotta wait. We gotta wait. We can't. We gotta give it another minute. No. You win. You win. No, you win. You in, hands in your pockets, buddy.
Sorry, let's get on. We'll carry on, we'll carry on.
How does it feel to be coming back to these characters after 20 years? I mean, obviously everybody's into it. How are you feeling?
It's so exciting. It's been such a long journey from, you know, the last film that we shot together was in 2003 in Sydney, Australia. And we finished that film, and I, for sure, personally, I felt like I was so happy to have been part of the Star Wars world, but we did those 3 movies, and I didn't imagine that we would be sitting here today. But it's been a long journey coming to make this series, and probably 4 or 5 years, I think. And so tonight, you know, we're going to be able to show it to you at last. And And then it becomes yours, and that's makes us feel really, really great, you know.
It's wonderful. Hayden, you know, I heard that you prepared for sort of coming back to this by watching Clone Wars and Rebels, and were there some things that you sort of that you sort of saw in those that you wanted to like bring to Anakin as you were coming back?
First of all, thank you for all of this. This is incredible.
See, I see what it is. He was just waiting for you to get yours out, and then he can start.
But I just did as much research as I could and just wanted to refamiliarize myself as much as I could, and I loved what they did with those animated series. I mean, Dave Filoni and everyone that worked on those shows did some incredible work, and they did a lot more with these characters, and that was fascinating to get to watch. How that affected my performance, I'm not really sure, but I'm very glad I got to watch them, and I'm a fan now too.
And I mean, above and beyond the work that you were talking about that it took to kind of bring this to life and everything, how did it feel for the two of you to just be working together on this again and being these characters again? Like, how did it feel when the two of you just like, oh, we're here, we're doing it together?
Amazing. It was the coolest thing to get to come back and work with Ewan again and play these characters again. Has just been, yes, we are. It's a very special thing, and we get to do this because of all of you. So again, thank you.
And I mean, obviously, we're seeing a lot of fan love for the prequels, for these movies. Were you surprised to see the reaction to the prequels now as people have grown up and become adults and live with these movies versus how it was, 20 years ago?
Yeah, it's taken a while to sort of feel it, I think when the films came out, there was no social media, there was no sort of direct link to the audience, and also the audience were, young people, and over the last years, I sort of felt the warmth for the films that we made, and it's meant a lot to us. It's meant a lot to me personally to feel that. It was tricky. It was tricky at first with the. All right, mate. Thank you. It's so definitely a part of the reason why we're here today. Why we decided to make this series for sure.
And now that you're diving back into these characters, I mean, obviously Anakin's gone through a few small changes since we last saw him, but we don't know much about what's been going on. We talked about the animated series, but there's this whole period of Obi-Wan's life that is kind of, we don't know much about. Yeah. What kind of changes? Because he was such a smiling, swashbuckling, charming, kind of happy-go-lucky guy when we last saw him.
Yeah. Well, at the very end of, we all know what happens at the end of Revenge of the Sith.
Don't tell me I haven't seen it yet.
I had to take Obi-Wan from there to bridge a gap between my last work as Obi-Wan and then Alec Guinness in A New Hope, and we just sort of brainstormed that. We thought about it. The film was going to be a movie at one point. It turned into a series. Deborah Chow became our director, thank God, because she's so good.
Yes.
She's so talented, and because she directed all of the episodes, it's got her singular vision throughout. And you'll see where he's at.
Okay. And Hayden, how about you? I mean, obviously you were playing Anakin, and now you're kind of playing Vader. And so how are we seeing these changes happen?
What was the last of that question?
I said, and now we're seeing this transition into Vader. So what are we seeing from Anakin now? Or are we seeing Vader, or?
Well, that's what's... That's what makes this character so compelling. Is there is that duality that's present, and there is that sort of inner conflict of self-identity. But it's been such a thrill to get to come back and continue my journey with the character and to get to explore Darth Vader at this point in the timeline has been huge. I missed you guys too.
Well, we are just hours away from people being able to see this. Is there anything you want the fans to know or any last thing you want to say to them before we get to see this series tonight?
This is where the fun begins.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for coming by. But I'm now being told it's time to say goodbye there to you two. So thank you, and may the force be with you. Ewan McGregor, Hayden Christensen, lots more from Star Wars Celebration Live. Stay tuned.
They're coming. Stay hidden, or we will not survive.
Leave us alone.
When the time comes, he must be trained.
Like you trained his father? You still want Kenobi. He's gone.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places. I want every lowlife and bounty hunter to squeeze him. You can't run, Obi-Wan! You can't escape him!
What happens when two inquisitors walk out onto a stage filled with an audience of Jedi cosplayers? We're about to find out from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Give it up for Moses Ingram and Rupert Friend.
This is awesome.
Look at
Oh
this.
my God, this is crazy.
Wow. This is real life. Welcome you all.
I love you too.
This is your moment.
I love all of you.
It's so great to have both of you here. Thank you so much for joining us at Star Wars Celebration Live. Woo! Now, I'm going to start with you, Moses. Can you tell us a little bit about what your audition process was like for you, and what was it like for you to land a role of this caliber?
Yeah, it's crazy. So the first time I got it, it was called Untitled Disney Project. And so I didn't even know what it was for like the first 2 days. It was like one really intense week. And then the first time it was me and Carmen Cuba, the casting director, and then it was me, Carmen Cuba, and Deb, and then it was me, Carmen Cuba, Deb, and Ewan, and then we were in the studio, and then we had one final Zoom where I thought I was gonna audition again, and Deb was like, no, I was just calling to tell you you're gonna be Reva. So it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Oh, Rupert, can you tell us a little bit about your character?
Yeah, so my character's called the Grand Inquisitor.
Couple fans.
Yeah. And he's kind of one of the uber villains of the Star Wars universe. And this is the first time we're going to get to meet him in a live action show. So I'm excited.
Now, we've seen Inquisitors before in Star Wars Rebels and Jedi Fallen Order. Did you go back and watch any of those episodes as research?
Yeah.
Well, I actually didn't. I felt like I had so much freedom to make Reva who she wanted to be, you know, being her in live action for the first time. I mainly just focused on the prequels.
I don't know if you can tell by this dress, but we love the prequels over here. And what did you bring to your character that you hope connects with the fans?
Well, for me, I think everyone here would know this, but a lot of the kind of less super fans wouldn't, that the Grand Inquisitor used to be a Jedi. So to me, that's like super important for this.
I think that's a tough one. I think she aims to please in more ways than one. And yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
That feels like a spoiler, but not a spoiler. Now, what was your experience with Star Wars prior to landing this role? I'll start with you, Moses.
So prior to this, I knew like Vader and I knew Obi-Wan, and it's really hard to believe, but I had never seen the movies. And so it was really this experience that sort of opened up the door to Star Wars for me, and I actually prefer it this way because now it's attached to so many personal moments and memories, celebration, you know what I mean? So it's something that I'll certainly remember forever.
And for And for you, Rupert?
Yeah, we used to, you know, I'm quite a lot older than Moses, so we used to totally dress up as the characters and run around in the woods and pretend to be, you know. Thank you, brother.
Well, as they just said, welcome to the family, and it is so exciting to know that we are only a few hours from actually watching this happen.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Great to be here.
Crazy. Thank you both so much for sitting down with me and stopping by. We have lots more fun and exciting guests coming out here on stage, so don't go anywhere, y'all. Star Wars Celebration Live will be right after this.
Thank you so much.
You've taken your first step into a larger world.
This is the way.
Punch it!
Celebrate every moment, every hero, every story that lives on.
The Force will be with you always.
Only on Disney Plus.
During our next guest's illustrious career, she's directed zombies, vampires, gods, and even a Mandalorian. Now she's helming the brand new Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and she just so happens to be a massive Star Wars fan as well. Please welcome the only person brave enough to tell Darth Vader what to do, Deborah Chow. How's it going? So, Deborah, you have been a lifelong Star Wars fan. Tell me, what is it about Star Wars that has resonated with you the most throughout the years?
I've always loved genre. Like, I'm a big sci-fi fantasy fan, and this is this is the mothership. You know what I mean? So just the world building and the level of detail in the galaxy. It's so incredibly exciting as a director to just kind of dive into this and get into such a visual, imaginative world.
Yeah, and as such a hardcore movie and nerd fan, and what was your approach in creating these new stories for Obi-Wan, and what did you bring from your personal fandom?
It was interesting, because going from Mandalorian onto Kenobi, Mandalorian obviously we're in a different part of the timeline. It was new characters. And then this project was all legacy characters. So I think, one of the biggest things that we wanted to bring to this one is, we wanted to be very respectful of the canon and to make sure, that we were lining up with everything, but at the same time, do something new and tell a new story. And I think one of the most interesting things that we have in the show is that we are with characters that we know and love, but we're at a different point in their lives.
How have the characters changed since we've last seen them in their, most recent respective animated or film appearances?
We're 10 years after Revenge of the Sith, so we're coming out of, a great many things, from Order 66, everything that happened with Anakin. So for Obi-Wan, he's carrying a tremendous weight coming into our series. It's also a really interesting time period. It's a dark time period, so that was very interesting to explore. So I think that was one of the biggest challenges, but also one of the things that was the coolest about getting to do it is that we were doing a character further on in their life, trying to grapple with everything that happened in the prequels.
So you mentioned briefly the difference between your work on The Mandalorian versus your work in Kenobi. What's the difference with working with these new versus unknown characters like you did on The Mandalorian?
It was quite different. Like Mandalorian, we had more freedom, obviously, because we weren't with legacy characters, and it was really exciting to kind of, be doing things that were really different. So coming into this one, it was a different thing. But for me, I kind of loved the idea of getting to do both and having the experience. I don't honestly think I could have done Kenobi if I hadn't done Mandalorian first. One, just sort of working with John and Dave and absorbing it all and learning it on a practical level, and also stagecraft, the technology. So there was so much that, I learned from that show that helped me kind of come into Kenobi and not have to just even be learning that part of it when I started.
I think stagecraft has to be the coolest thing in the world. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like working in that sort of setting and how it, puts you into the scene?
I love doing it. Like in the technology, when we first started on Mandalorian, it was kind of the advent of it. So, we were doing it for the first time in many respects. So I was very excited to be able to do it on Kenobi, and the technology's advanced so quickly that even just in the few years in between, already we could do things without this show that we couldn't do in season 1 on Mandalorian. So that was really exciting. The other thing I was able to do is that while we were developing the scripts, I was thinking already about stagecraft and already thinking, does this scene make sense for the technology? Is it the best use of it? And we could sort of shape what we were actually writing to use the strengths of the volume.
That's awesome. I love watching the technology evolve and how it's, enhanced the storytelling. It's so neat to watch. So what do you hope Star Wars fans take away from seeing this Obi-Wan series?
I think the biggest thing we were really trying to do is really have more time and get deeper into the character of Obi-Wan. And that was something that the limited format, really allowed us to do, was allow us to take more time with him. So I really hope that for everyone that these feel like the characters, obviously at a different point in their lives, but that they feel at the end of the show that they really got to know them in a way they didn't know.
So working with Star Wars and being such a big fan, is there a character or a planet or a ship that you're itching to get your hands on?
Honestly, between the two shows, I feel like I've kind of already had an embarrassment of riches. And I've been very, very fortunate for, especially with this show, what I've gotten to work with on this show has been unbelievable. But the thing that's amazing about Star Wars is just, obviously the timeline is so big, the galaxy's so big, so there's always like another story to tell.
Oh, I can't wait. And we're all going to be like gathering tonight to watch it all together. So yeah, it's super exciting. Thank you so much for stopping by. And give it up, guys, one more time for Deborah Chow. There will be more from Star Wars Celebration Live in just a second.
We're here at the Celebration store, and in addition to all of the amazing Star Wars merch that you can find here, StarWars.com has their own hashtag merch. Literally.
We don't mean to brag.
Literally their own hashtag merch.
So these shirts are great. They are all based on different shows. And I love this. This is when I'm talking to my hashtag fam about hashtag Star Wars. One of the things that we talk about the hashtag most is hashtag Razor Crest.
Definitely.
I would say it's fourth trending in our conversations.
I mean, we talk about hashtag Rancors
Sure.
at least once a hashtag week.
Oh, I'm telling you, you can't hashtag shut us up about it.
All hashtag day long.
All hashtag day long. We got 3 of these.
All right.
This one is also for a new little show that's coming out. Hashtag Obi-Wan. We also have, I'm really partial to this one.
I love this one.
This is based on our live show and our stage. This is our Navarro stage. I love this.
So cool.
And all of these are actually going to be available not just in the Celebration store, but if you are here at Celebration, we're gonna be selling all 4 of these shirts right next to our booth. So you can get the hashtag merch from hashtag us.
Best way I can describe it is I get to build worlds.
Everything that you see on screen needs to be designed. We need to figure it out ahead of time what it's going to look like. My name is Casey Straka. I'm a junior concept artist.
I'm a senior layout artist.
Junior compositor.
I light up the world and sometimes outer space.
I bring stories to life. If somebody comes to me with an idea, I will flesh out how a user gets to come in and experience that idea.
I did have dual interest in film and computer science. I actually did a minor in creative writing.
I thought I'd probably go into medicine.
I wanted to become a fashion designer.
There's a role for everyone.
I dropped out of high school in grade 10 and went to work in the oil field. And I just realized I wanted to do something with art. And I started going back to high school at like 19 years old, which was awkward as could be.
I'm really passionate about painting. Even up till like high school, when I was thinking about my college and studying for engineering, I would still try to paint.
I've always been interested in the entertainment business. How do they make things? How does that whole process work? I just didn't know what department I wanted to be in.
It does help to have a degree, but it's not very necessary. Your degree can honestly be in anything.
At the end, it's kind of like everything is visual, and just learning about composition and rhythm and how things get transmitted into people.
Feel free to try new things, you know, feel free to explore, because that's what we do.
It's important to pursue something that you're passionate about because that's the way that you'll be able to stick with it.
If you're like me who didn't come into this industry knowing the different roles, this is a great opportunity to really see everything laid out there.
Kristen Baber here aboard the Halcyon starcruiser. I'm inside of the atrium where you'll arrive on your launch pod for your journey. This is where the story begins, and you'll be fully immersed for your entire visit. Let's learn all about it.
Star Wars Galactic Starcruiser is the first of its kind experience in the world. It's an immersive adventure. It is part interactive game. It is part live action role play. It's part impeccable service guest experience. It's all of these things kind of rolled into one in a package that hopefully presents to you a seamless, organic Star Wars adventure. We want you to really feel like you're a character in Star Wars and really having a meaningful impact on what happens.
It is my honor and my privilege, friends, to welcome you here aboard the Halcyon.
The general story that unfolds is that you as a passenger are going aboard on a starcruiser in a galaxy far, far away. Nothing could possibly go wrong. You come aboard and you have muster, you get to meet a whole host of characters from your captain to your cruise director, and there are some unlikely folks. The First Order is actually trying to figure out if there's resistance activity on board the ship. And from there, things go from bad to worse. Over the course of your voyage, there are all sorts of unexpected surprises, and all the characters need your help as a passenger. So whether it's trying to help ignite the spark of the resistance, or perhaps you're playing the other side, trying to figure out what the resistance is doing, and ultimately maybe even sabotaging the ship. It all depends on kind of who you meet and how you choose to play.
For the Order.
For the Order. Ignite the spark.
This project is different from anything else we've ever done, mostly because of the length. We've never had something where people stay overnight and stay within the same story for 2 days, 2 nights. So that offered a really interesting challenge in that how do you make a big overarching story that's clear to everyone while also having so many individual paths that the passengers can take and stories that the passengers themselves influence. It was such a fun challenge to deal with that, and thankfully Walt Disney Imagineering had some really great story architects on their side that figured out the puzzle of it all.
Ignite your lightsaber.
There's always an amazing challenge with doing something that's never been done before. This project in particular brings together so many different disciplines that have all sort of worked in conjunction, but never have deeply integrated at this level. So we're creating this brand new brand of immersive storytelling that interweaves live performers and technology in your personal mobile device. It really is a brand new type of experience.
If I could give one piece of advice before you board the Halcyon Starcruiser, no matter who you are, no matter how you think about Star Wars, we've already designed for you. If you love Star Wars and you're ready to dive in, we're ready. If you have no idea what Star Wars is about, we're ready for you. The idea, just be yourself, have fun, and I would say be a little curious.
Wars galaxy is massive, but with countless memorable characters and incredible stories. And just like our galaxy, everything is connected in interesting and surprising ways. Join me, Jocelyn, on StarWarsKids.com for an amazing trip through the galaxy as I connect everything from Alderaan to Zeb in ways you never imagined.
This is often used to express frustration or surprise in dire situations.
Hey, watch it!
Amidala's throne room ensemble required actress Natalie Portman to have a heavy car battery attached to her costume.
Can't wait to hear about it.
Oh, and Palpatine's first name? It's Sheev. Sheev Palpatine.
Look what you have made.
The action figures that were released alongside the first Star Wars movies were a huge hit with kids in the 70s and the 80s.
Keep your extra erect in the cat position.
Ion engines also exist here on Earth, and might very well be used to get humans to Mars in our lifetime. You'll never believe what we connect next here at Star Wars Full Circle. Watch it today on StarWarsKids.com.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Leia! Luke. I need someone to show me my place in all this.
Hit the target hard! Give it everything you got!
Destroy the Sith. We must.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I need to finish what Luke started.
We go together.
Freeze! Don't move!
Look at this.
Great shot, kid! That was 1 in a million!
Hello there.
The rebellion is reborn today, and I will not be the last Jedi.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
I'm Phil Shostak, I'm a creative art manager at Lucasfilm. The Starlight Beacon, it's symbolic of the Republic and the Jedi's presence in the Outer Rim. It's literally kind of like a beacon, a light showing that the Jedi are here and they are going to help and bring light to the darker corners of the galaxy. It was amazing to hear that there was a model being built for something, especially out of a publishing initiative, which is not something that we normally do. Starlight Beacon, obviously a perfect subject for that model building.
My name is Jason Eaton. I am a model maker and I like to make filming miniature replicas and originals from Star Wars and other films. Lucasfilm reached out to me and they wanted to know if I would make a model for a new publishing initiative. And that is a dream come true because that means I can make something from nothing and work with concept art and work with the team and create something truly original. And making a space station is even crazier to me because there's not a lot of space stations floating around in Star Wars.
For the High Republic, it's kind of going back almost into a more medieval time. time, and this era only being several hundred years prior to the prequel era when we first saw the Jedi Temple, a lot of that Jedi Temple aesthetic could then be carried over into Starlight Beacon especially, so that it evokes something that viewers are familiar with in a way that's kind of subtle.
I used 3D design to make a substructure, and from there use traditional model making methods like styrene, model kit parts, pulling model kits that are well known in the Star Wars universe to keep it in universe, to keep the design aesthetic consistent, but also fresh because this is, again, a new section of the universe we've never seen before.
The concept art of Starlight Beacon, just by the nature of it being a painting, is going to have some qualities to it that when you then translate into something physical, there's always going to be little quirks that then need to be kind of worked out or ironed out. And Jason was initially working in 3D, which tends to want to make everything symmetrical, and it's really easy to build things symmetrically. And I'm glad that we retained a bit of the asymmetry, because a lot of the classic Star Wars models have asymmetries kind of inherent. Lines aren't very straight because they're all being crafted by hand.
I like to use model parts that other model makers are going to identify and appreciate and go like, I get that. I had a scrap of cool shade material left over from the production for the first Star Wars, and this is what was used in the TIE fighters in the first films. And I thought it'd be really cool emotionally to cut some of these pieces up and put them into the model. And I had a hangar bay to make. One of the ships in the hangar bay is from the Clone Wars. It's an old Jedi cruiser, so I thought perhaps this would have been like a newer ship in the High Republic. The other ship is the Dowager Queen, and it is the crash ship on Tatooine on the way to the Cantina, and it's a colony ship apparently. So I thought, how cool would it be if that ship, or a ship like it, was sitting in the far, far back of the hangar bay? And I might have actually added my initials somewhere on the ship. I did sign my work, and I'll leave it at that. As the model was progressing and most of the final pieces had been put together, I was asked to measure it and give it a canon dimension. And that was kind of an exciting email to get. And it's roughly, I think, about the size of like a good sized Star Destroyer. That was actually pretty fun. That was neat.
And what Jason has done with this model is really astounding. The many months of work that he put into it really shows in the final product. It's an amazing piece of work and definitely stands side by side with all of the best Star Wars models that have been created.
All in all, this was an incredible experience. It's something I'm always going to be very excited to talk about because it is the dream come true for someone like me, someone from my generation and interest group. And I had a blast working on it, really every step of the way. And I look forward to doing more in the future if possible. I'm always going to be here with a smile on my face, ready to help.
Like so many of us, he's been into Star Wars. Oh, okay. When we last saw our next guest, he was watching Grand Admiral Thrawn get overcome by the tentacles of the Purrgil right before they launched into hyperspace. Oh, yes. Now he's here to talk about his time as the plucky young Jedi Ezra Bridger. Please welcome Taylor Gray. Welcome
There are so
back.
many people.
I know, it's crazy, right? And they're all here to see you.
We love it, we love it.
Woo! Welcome back to Celebration. Now, Taylor, we haven't seen you and seen Ezra in a few years now, but you know, I'd love to go back and talk about some of your experiences working on that show because it means so much to me and so many of our fans out here.
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit about your experience playing Ezra through season 4 of Rebels?
Yeah, I mean, Ezra, what a character. He started in one place and he went through a roller coaster of a journey, and it was just so fun to develop him and move with the fans and hear different sentiments along the way of people thinking he might go one way or another way, and hearing now where they think he's gonna go or be or where he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go on. So I had the pleasure of getting to know, you and the cast and Dave through the show. Can you talk a little bit about how those relationships grew and the sort of insights that you gained from working together?
Yeah, Dave is one of the best creators we have in storytelling. Absolutely. And the fact that he's just so involved with so much of what is happening at Lucasfilm, I think, is maybe the best thing ever for all of us. Yeah. And so we all learned so much, I think, just being around him and hearing what he has to say about Star Wars, and also how he breaks characters down and takes them and breaks our hearts with them only to build them back up. It's beautiful.
So, I mean, that must have been a heartbreaking decision when you heard that, you know, Ezra was going to fly off into hyperspace to who knows where. But what was your reaction like when you found out that Ezra was going to, you know, command a Purrgil to take down Thrawn?
I mean, the Purrgil are some of the coolest creatures in Star Wars. I will argue anybody with that. They are wild. It was so cool. I mean, that is how a Jedi, that's the final sort of selfless act, that not the end of their maturation, but sort of that evolution of, he started as such a selfish, cavalier, young Padawan, and then to finally reach that place, which he saw through Kanan, that he must sort of be selfless.
Pour one out for Caden.
Yeah.
So what has been the most rewarding aspect for you in being part of this big, crazy Star Wars family?
I mean, this is the coolest thing. It's amazing. Yeah, give it up for yourselves. It's so cool. Like, this is what we've missed for so long. It's amazing.
Feels so good.
It's just so cool and infectious. And it's what is so cool about Star Wars is we all share this love for the coolest galaxy in the world. And I'll say it every time again, and for as long as I can. It's just the coolest group of people, and that's what I miss the most, by far.
Is there anything else you want to say to the fans?
I mean, you guys are amazing. I love you guys. And may the Force be with every person here.
So fans can come and meet you this weekend. You're signing autographs tonight.
I'll be signing tonight over at the Hilton the Avalon room for a sort of late night session, which should be pretty cool.
Nice, guys. So heading over to the Hilton Avalon room from 6 to 10 to meet Taylor. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so good to see you.
Thank you. It's so good to see everyone. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks. And don't go anywhere, guys. There's more from Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico, right after this.
Star Wars like the pros do, thanks to Let's Draw Star Wars, only on Star Wars Kids. Join Sarah as she takes you through an easy-to-follow step-by-step process that will have you drawing everything from AT-ATs to Grogu in a matter of minutes. All you need is some paper, a pencil as your lightsaber, and Sarah acting as your wise Jedi Master. And soon you'll be a force in the art world. Watch Let's Draw Star Wars today, only on StarWarsKids.com and YouTube.com/Star Wars Kids.
They're so proud of themselves. So fat and satisfied.
They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward. People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Our next guest is no stranger to action-packed thrillers. Now she's ready to show us how the sparks of the rebellion lit a fire throughout the galaxy. Please welcome the executive producer of the upcoming Disney Plus series Andor, Sana Wallenberg. Oh, Sana, that trailer this morning.
Good, right?
It's so good.
You like it?
And you know, oh, loved it. You know, there was such an intensity to that trailer, like just a driving intensity. And then I'm thinking about it and I'm like, oh, well, Sana's done Chernobyl. She's worked on Black Mirror. Like you're no stranger to sort of dark and driving intensity. Is that something that you really wanted to bring to Star Wars?
I think darkness is always a part of Star Wars. In the case of Andor, we're meeting Cassian, you know, on his extraordinary journey through the formative years of the rebellion, an era full of danger, deception, and intrigue, with the tentacles of the galaxy spreading, of the Empire spreading through the galaxy. You know, how can it not be dark in certain places? You know, what's not to love?
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I think people immediately loved and latched onto about Cassian in Rogue One, right? Is like, this was the first time, like we've always seen the rebellion doing things, but this was the first time, I think, on film, somebody in the rebellion really talked about sort of how down and dirty it is to be part of a rebellion, right?
Yes, I mean, in Rogue One, you meet him to, you know, for the rebel that he has become, who ends up giving his life for the cause. And in Andor, you meet him 5 years prior to that, and you go on a really epic and extraordinary journey for him, you know, where you find out how he became the person that you have come to love in Rogue One.
Yeah, and of course, we also see Mon Mothma, one of my favorite characters. Genevieve is perfect. We love her. How are these characters that we have seen before different this time around? And are we going to see more characters that we're familiar with?
Much more of that, yes. We have 12 episodes to dive deeper into our characters. What's not to love? You know, and we're meeting them in a very different place. It is we're starting 5 years previous to the events of Rogue One. And, you know, Mon Mothma is in a different place when you know her as the rebel leader that she becomes. At the time when we meet here, she is still part of the Senate and trying to fight from within. Yes. A very different place.
Oh, I love that. We love some political intrigue in our Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah. Are there any other characters that we know that we're going to see? Anybody else that you can drop us a few hints, maybe?
Well, that would really be telling now, wouldn't it? I'm afraid we will have to pick up this conversation next year when we'll be back. And you have seen and been part of our journey. I can't wait for you to share in it.
That's fair. That's fair. You keep your secrets.
Well, I try.
Now, is there anything else that you want to say to the fans or anything that you want them to know about Andor as we're kind of getting hyped for this show?
What can I say? We are really proud of what we've done, and we are really excited to be here today with all of you to give you a first taste of the show that is to come, and hope that our teaser did just that and tease you. And will make you switch on the 31st of August and come dive deeper into what we have done. We are really excited and, really hope you will share into our excitement.
Oh, I'm ready. Bring on the intrigue. I'm ready,
Bring
Sana.
it on.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you for just helping to craft such a thrilling story for Star Wars fans to look forward to. And speaking of forward, we've got lots more guests backstage ready to party with us here on Navarro. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much to Sana Wallenberg.
Thank you all.
We've got
Don't
more
forget,
from Star Wars
31st of
Celebration coming up
August.
in just a
Join
minute.
the show.
Hello there! I'm Miri, a member of the Galactic Society of Creature Enthusiasts. I study the behaviors of younglings from all across the galaxy. My friend Ari asked me to show you how you can take care of your galactic pals too. Playtime always gets younglings out of a bad mood. No biting! First breathe in, then out. Aww, it's this little Ewok's first day at the Youngling Care Space Station. He should feel nice and welcome. Huh? Gunkins learn to swim before they learn to walk. As you can see, bedtime routines are very important. Woohoo! Well done, little ones. Now off you go. Oh.
Hello, old friend.
Here we are again at the Celebration store.
I love this. We come here every celebration to show off some of the unique exclusives that they have for everybody who attends the convention. Starting right here at Dex's Diner. It's the 20th anniversary of Dexter Jetster.
I know you've been waiting for this for a very long time.
20 years.
Yeah, I know.
We're gonna look around at some other stuff, but make sure they know that I want this.
Anthony, I've always wanted to learn the secrets of the Force like a Jedi.
Andy, you're in so much luck. Because this is the official, unofficial Force training kit where you can learn the secrets of the Force like a Jedi. Everything you need is in this kit. You get a rock, a second rock. All you gotta do is lift them with your mind. Oh, that one moved.
Well, I'm really excited to see Frog Lady here. She's got her cute little tank of eggs.
This is one of my favorite episodes. One of
so
my favorite bits from the show.
good.
One of my other favorite things was to see this guy.
Oh, yes.
To see Kirstanton make it big in Hollywood. There's a lot of Aunt Beru's dark roast stuff this year. Right? Am I right? But this is great. It's on mugs, it's on shirts, it's on a patch. And
I love a little bit of dark humor.
it apparently unfolds to that. This is the way my eyes see him every time.
Just a sparkly little ray of joy.
It shows.
And I need him.
Yeah,
and he's a bobblehead. Like, yes.
Oh, he's one of the bobble ones?
You know it. This is very good. Okay, so one of the most fun things at the Celebration store is the customizable screen print t-shirt station.
Yeah.
There are so many designs to choose from.
You can get any of the t-shirts that they have with any design on it. I think mine's ready.
I got one too.
And Andy?
All right, we'll have to show each other on three.
Okay, on three, we'll show each other our shirts.
Okay.
One, two, three. I got rainbow tie-dye with the look.
Oh.
I missed you.
This is why we're friends.
One of the highlights every year, a big thing for collectors, are the celebration pins.
Oh yeah.
We've got Mandalorian pins. I love this Moff Gideon with the
so
Darksaber.
cute.
We've got Attack of the Clones for the 20th anniversary. No Dexter Jetster, but we'll go back to that in a moment because I have a theory. We've got the Bad Batch. I love the Echo pin. And then we've got the mystery boxes. These are blind boxes, so you'll get a 2-pack, and these are assorted. Now, 4 of these are mystery pins. Come down here with me. 4 different Dexter Jetsters.
One's just his mustache. Well, I'm ready to go now. I think we did very good here.
Yeah. Remember, all of this stuff is available if you're here. The Celebration store is open while the show floor is open. There's some wonderful stuff. Come on by and get some of the daily. I forgot Chrysanthemum.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yes, I am back on the show floor, and I am here with Sideshow. And for those of you who don't know Sideshow, well, you probably should. They are one of the leading manufacturers and distributors of high-end pop culture memorabilia. And I am here with Paul. How are you doing today?
Doing well, Jordan. How are you? It feels good to be back, right?
We are back. We are back. And you know what? I made a beeline to the Sideshow booth because I got to tell you, what caught my eye is this little guy right here. This is Grogu, and you guys actually have him set up for a photo op right now, don't you?
We sure do. Come to booth 2719, come hang out with him. Try not to feed him too many macarons, please. He's had enough.
This is actually a production piece. This is available right now. You can go online to Sideshow, get this piece, bring him home with you. But you know what? You've got a ton of other great stuff in the booth. Why don't you take me through a lot of what you have and show me, okay?
All right, let's go, Jordan. We have so much stuff here. Let's start with Iron Studios. They specialize in 1/10 scale, and I mean, they knock it out of the park every time. They've got, you know, Grievous here with one of their mixed media pieces that you can see. So it's sculpted. The, you know, everything that you see there from like the internal base to his helmet is sculpted, but his cloak or his cape is actually fabric.
I don't believe we've seen that before, have we?
Not really from Iron Studios a lot. I don't want to brag, but you know, Sideshow's pretty good at it too. But Iron Studios crushes it at that particular scale.
Talk to me about this incredible, incredible Boba Fett piece here.
Yes, so this is the Boba Fett silver variant of by Jesse Hernandez, also known as the Urban Aztec. He does a ton of work for us. It looks very similar. He's got a very unique style. He's done, you know, some other pieces for us, other licenses, but this one is very special to him. He's a huge Star Wars fan, and he actually has Mayan roots and Mayan blood, so this style is very personal to him, and he connects with it very deeply.
The one other thing I want to touch upon that I'm standing next to, and I don't think I've ever seen this before, this is a Grogu. It's a silver coin. I mean, this is actually, you're selling money at the Sideshow booth. Tell me about this one.
What a wonderful model, right?
Yeah.
So this is by New Zealand Mint. Incredible team. They're so great. Now these are actually minted, so if you were in New Zealand, you could spend this and purchase maybe the Urban Aztec piece. But it is one of 4, and this is the only one that's available at the con currently, and the rest will go up, you know, later on. But this is the only one that's available right now, and it is one of 4.
Tell me about this piece.
Yeah, so this is our Kylo Ren premium format figure. Now, premium format, it's not like 1/10. So 1/10, you know, is the 1/10 the size of a human. This is our own particular scale that we have. And of course, this is from The Rise of Skywalker, that iconic scene. You can see him holding out his hand. You can see the sculpted water that's there as well. It's just so iconic. And if you get the right light under it as well, it becomes incredibly translucent.
If you come around this way, you've actually got a companion piece of Rey, which, hang on, This is incredible.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, everything from her sculpt, and the one thing that I love about these pieces that we do quite often is the kinetic energy that's in them. You can feel her striking with her saber, and again, you can see the water moving in her direction as opposed to, Ren's direction there. And again, another mixed media cape on him. That's actually fabric that is sculpted, and the fabric is done in-house as well.
Fantastic. So from Rise of Skywalker over to The Mandalorian, this is my favorite. I mean, I gotta tell you, I love everything here, but this caught my eye. Tell me about this Mandalorian helmet.
Yes, the big question, you can wear it, and EFX does these, and they are to scale, they are replica, and they are one of our partners. They're one of the people we distribute for. I mean, and it's as close as you can get to being a Mandalorian bounty hunter.
I want to talk about more of my favorite bounty hunters, and I'm talking about Boba Fett.
Now, this is the Boba Fett from The Mandalorian specifically. As we've seen him in the show, you can see some of the remnants of what we come to see in Book of Boba Fett. It's not quite there yet, but that's why it's that particular era of him in The Mandalorian. It's another premium format, so it'll match about the size as you saw with the Kylo Ren and the Rey. Completely sculpted. Again, this piece is completely sculpted, painted, and it's just, I mean, Boba Fett's one of our favorite characters. Yeah. So, I mean, you've got to do him.
Talk to me about this Boba Fett.
So this specifically is from our Mythos line. Now our Mythos line that's up for you to use your imagination. It's what never happened, but what could have been. And you can see here different eras of Boba Fett that it's reminiscent of maybe things you've seen, but you can see like Padawan braids over his right shoulder, the different helmet that he's got as well, and then just that sort of that poncho, that cloak he's wearing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And you know what? You can't talk about one without talking about the other. And I'm talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Obi-Wan Kenobi, standing right next to him. Tell me about this one.
Yes, he is so nice. I absolutely love this piece. I know so many collectors out there have him in their collection, rightfully so. And if you don't, booth 2719, come say hi. But again, it's got just enough Alec Guinness in there for you to be like, I know who this is. It's familiar, it's comfortable, but you can also play with it and allow your imagination to sort of take hold and do what you will, maybe fill in the gaps of what's never happened before.
And you know what? It is absolutely breathtaking. Talking about breathtaking, talking about really cool stuff that you can only get at Star Wars Celebration, we have exclusives. Take us through them.
Oh, they are so nice. I absolutely love these pieces. Up first, we've got the Clone Trooper. Now, these pieces you're both going to see, they're both by Hot Toys. This Clone Trooper is in a completely matted out chrome version. He's still posable. He's got some nice weight to him as well. And again, only available at the con right now.
Fantastic. And talk to me about this one. This is a Death Trooper in chrome, right?
Yes. So, won't talk too loud. You know how the Death Troopers can be. They're kind of scary.
Absolutely.
But so a matted black, a shiny chrome on this Death Trooper as well. A variant of a newer piece that they've already done that is already sold out. So people are dying for this figure too.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to hang out a little bit more here on the Sideshow booth. You guys enjoy the rest of Star Wars Celebration. We have more live coverage coming up from Star Wars Celebration Live right now.
One day you're directing a voice actor in the role of a Mandalorian. The next, you and that voice actor are teaming up to create an entire new galaxy of stories for Star Wars. They're the busiest people at Lucasfilm. You know them. You love them. Give it up for Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni! That just happened. I think you guys are a little excited, huh? All right. Thank you guys for your excitement. I feel like you should bow.
Well, that's exciting.
That was so cool. Well, I told you guys it was going to be good, and I don't like to fib, so here we go.
The cage.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Now, I have to ask, did you expect The Mandalorian to become such a global phenomenon?
Honestly, I was just happy to get to make Star Wars, And Dave and I were working on it. It was a small project at the time because there were movies happening and there was a lot going on in Star Wars. And we were small, and Disney Plus hadn't even launched yet. So we had no idea it would become such a big cultural presence, especially the characters, especially Mandalorian and Baby Yoda are everywhere. So I think we really benefited from iconic characters, but I think also people really, it felt like people really connected with those characters at a time when, a lot of us were locked inside. We didn't have a lot to do. Theaters were closed. And so these little stories started popping up in people's homes. And thank you to everybody here for signing up this is why we get to do what we love to do. So thank all of you.
Now, in this era of spoilers and leaks, how do you keep exciting reveals like, I don't know, Grogu, the return of Luke Skywalker? How do you keep those moments secret up until the moment they air?
It's really, really difficult. We don't even tell most everybody on set what's going on all the time, and that's not always as intentional. We come up with little code names and things. I think we think of how we would have felt deceived as fans ourselves and try to think like that, and smart a fox by being a fox, right?
It's like trying to wrap Christmas presents with everybody running around the house. So
and then we forget sometimes that people coming in, like Rosario, didn't even know that she was in a scene with Luke because we kept calling him Plo Koon, which
that was his nickname.
When we made that the code, remember we thought, well, that makes sense because people think that I would bring him back because people know I like that character, but but we didn't.
We even have, you could see some of the artwork, the production art. We wouldn't even have them draw Luke Skywalker in. We had them draw that.
We had these
character.
awesome paintings with Plo Koon, and I'm like, I only get to see this. No one else got to see this. We thought of putting them in though. At one point.
We even had a CGI head from that character so that when you saw the dailies or the editing room, it looked like that was the characters. We actually paid for visual effects that we didn't use just to fool people who are working on the show.
I think that was well worth it. And there was a lot of surprise. Also, speaking of return characters, the hat is back.
Oh, I'm shooting now, so I wear this more when I'm
and just so you all know, Dave is actually just began the Ahsoka series. He's directing. So they're filming right now, and he drove all the way here, and as soon as he gets off stage here, I think you have one more panel, and then you go all the way back to Manhattan Beach to film.
I gotta be there.
We couldn't miss this.
It's the most fun every day. I can't even tell you.
I will say, seeing the chair and the hat on it the other day was a very exciting moment. Now, if you had to pick, what is your favorite part about making Star Wars? Besides the fact that you're actually making Star Wars.
Yeah, that's hard. I don't know.
The answer's in the question.
I know.
I mean, it was, I was an usher in a movie theater when Return of the Jedi was in theaters, and I was there watching from the audience. And it's always something I loved and always worked its way into like little mentions and other things I've written or done. But just for all the stars to align that I would be able to write a story and that we would have a medium to do it in, and to have Kathy and everybody at Lucasfilm be open to me bringing an idea to them. And then also the big part is me and Dave getting to know each other from all the way back at Skywalker Ranch when I was mixing Iron Man, he was making Clone Wars. And I I was the first person not at Lucasfilm to see Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's right.
And I said, if you ever need an extra voice role, and that's how I ended up being a
put you right
Mandalorian.
in. Yeah. I think the way to explain it for me is like, I sit down at a computer and I write a story. I write a moment. And I talk to John, I say, I think Ahsoka could know this kid's name because she would be able to speak somehow with him that only a Jedi could intuit. And then you write that scene, and there's trees and a creek, and Mando's there, and Grogu's there, and Ahsoka's there. And then you go over the costumes in great detail, and you talk about fabrics. You build this thing over several months leading up to a moment where you walk through the doors of a stage, and there's the forest, and there's the child, and there's Ahsoka, and she kneels down, and it's awesome. And I love it. And it's awesome. And it never stops being that awesome. And it's the whole crew, it's everybody involved. It's not just one person, because we know the only person it really was George. And he created this, and we get to play in it. And that is like, I think the spirit of everything we should be doing is, he's hopefully looking over all of this and still guiding it, because he left us such a great galaxy to play in, and that's how I feel about it. So
it's a beautiful sandbox. Now, aside from your cameo, were there any other Filoni things that you've snuck into The Mandalorian, like you did with Rebels and the Space Wolves?
Well, it's not really sneaking it in. The wolves were like right there, right? So I wasn't really snuck in. He thought it'd be really good for me to get on camera. I debated that because I'm like, I don't think the quality of the show goes up if I'm an X-Wing pilot. I think the quality of the show goes down. I told him I'd do it if Rick and Deb did it. So then it was the three of us, and I was joking, but he didn't think I was joking, and he held me to it. And now there are action figures that he makes me sign. He bought a whole case.
I got a whole case.
I'm like, what are you doing with that? He's like, I want you to sign it. This is for my future. I'm like, you don't even, what are you talking about?
They've gone up in value. Yeah. You think NFTs are good.
This is the definition of a peg warmer. I'm sorry. I just don't see it that way. But no, I mean, there's all kinds of little things here and there. There's one thing I do in particular that I don't think anyone will ever see, but a lot of my influence comes from, obviously, George, and then George's mentor is Akira Kurosawa. And so I've done a lot of study of that and talking with George about it. So I have a really small Akira Kurosawa figure, and he is in every episode I've directed somewhere in the set. And so I hide him in there, and when we shoot an episode I'm directing, he's always right by the monitors to remind me of a lot of his principles of filmmaking that he gave to George. So he's kind of like another kind of influence on what I'm doing. But he's in there, but it'd be very hard to see him. And there are little Pittsburgh homages because I love my hometown. So you'll see little golden triangles here and there, and but the Penguins got eliminated, so it's kind of a bummer of a time. This is really helping lift
Listen,
me
half
up.
this audience is going to go home and rewatch everything and look for that.
That's okay, but by the way, that works for us because it helps that Disney Plus thing, and we get to make more shows. So go rewatch it all you want. I'm all for that.
Now, how has your working dynamic changed since the early days of developing season 1?
Our dynamic.
Well, our dynamic hasn't changed much. It's just now we have so much more to do. So I was very spoiled in the beginning by having Dave. Anytime I wrote a scene or a half of a script or a script, I could send it to him. He'd call me right back. We'd talk about it. And now, because of the success of Star Wars on Disney Plus, Dave's now doing the Ahsoka show. And so now it's a sort of the reverse where he's writing stuff, sending it to me. I'm commenting on that. So it's a really interesting flip on it because now I'm starting to see the vision that he's come up with, not just over the last, over just these last few months, but for a decade as he's been dealing with these characters. So to see the fruition of those characters and to be able to talk to Dave, and now we have a shorthand because when he started off, he came out of animation. Now he's a very experienced live action director. And so now it's like director, writers, producers talking together about the best way to tell a story that's so personal to Dave.
Yeah.
I cannot put into words what an exciting moment this is for me as a human. And I just want to thank you both so much for taking time out of your...
Can I invite the people here to something? We just announced in the panel that there's something called the Mandalorian Experience. And we brought a lot of props and set pieces and droids down here, and it's free, and you could go to the Fairview Portals Instagram or the Star Wars Celebration app. If you're here, sorry people at home, but if you're here, you could go on down and check out all of our sets and costumes and everything. It's available to you.
Go do the thing. Again, thank you guys so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and spend time with me. And I will say thank you again for all that you and the various cast and crew have done for Star Wars. Stick around, we've got lots more from Anaheim today here on Star Wars Celebration Live, and we'll be back in a minute.
They're so proud of themselves. So fat and satisfied. They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Like many of us, he's been into the Star Wars since he was 6 years old. And now he's back as Cassian Andor in the new Disney Plus series Andor. And he's brought with him someone who's been acting in Star Wars since he was 26 years old. She's back to lead the rebellion once again as Mon Mothma. It's Diego Luna and Genevieve O'Reilly. a bad welcome.
This is it.
Yeah, it's nuts, right?
Uy, gracias.
I think they're excited. I think they might be a little bit excited about Andor.
My God, no. Wow, she's...
Right?
Mira, está vestida. My God. Perfect outfit. Beautiful. She's dressed like
It's amazing.
a character. Look.
It's amazing. So Diego, what is it like coming back to the character of Cassian Andor?
Oh my God. I don't know if I can speak after this. I mean, it's first of all, I have to thank you so much. It's been such a special day for me, and I wish I could share this with the rest of the team and the cast and everyone. We've been working so hard these last years, and this energy that you've shared with us and this love means so much. So thank you very, very much.
Oh, it's
sorry, you asked me something, but
we have to talk about Cassian Andor.
let's talk about Cassian Andor.
So what is it like coming back and revisiting this character?
It's amazing to be back, and also because I'm not back into the Cassian Andor you met on Rogue One. I'm telling you the story 5 years before, you know? And I'm telling you the story that answers all the questions that Rogue One didn't answer. For me, Rogue One it's a lot about the event, where the sacrifice they make, but you don't know exactly why and where they come from, and where that decision is coming from. So now we're gonna tell you that story. You know, you remember there was a line in Rogue One where the character says, "I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old," right? So now we're gonna meet that man, you know, the wounded man that couldn't have a childhood and he's been fighting since 6 years old.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to meet him in a moment where he doesn't feel capable of what he actually ends up doing, you know? He doesn't feel that he has that inside. So it's about that awakening, and I am very excited because it would have been terrible to come back and do the same character, but this is not the same character.
Yeah.
And it reminds us that we're all capable of transforming, and we're all capable of doing extraordinary things, you know?
So how have the changes in Cassian and how he is different in this series versus the movie changed how you approached, you know, your job in portraying this character?
Well, I mean, when we did the film, I had to answer many of these questions that, you know, the script didn't answer, nor the film, and nobody actually cares about that stuff, but that's the stuff you work on, you know? You have to know where you're coming from when you go on set and pretend something's happening. So I did answer those questions when I shot the film, and then then, you know, Lucasfilm was interested in telling that story. And I don't know, it's very different, you know? It's someone that is very, like, wounded in a process where he can barely see further than this, you know? And he's surviving. But I can't tell you much because I will ruin the experience.
We won't tell anyone, don't worry.
You won't tell anyone?
No, it's fine. Just between us.
Can I just be honest and tell you the whole story? No. Gladly, I'm not drunk, so it's not gonna happen.
Now, Genevieve, you've been, you know, part of the Star Wars galaxy since, yes. So you've been part of the Star Wars galaxy since you brought Mon Mothma to Episode 3, and now again, and then again in Rogue One. What's it like for you to be able to go deeper into this character again in a series like Andor?
Yeah, it's such a gift. It's so extraordinary. A little bit like Diego, I think what's amazing is that Lucasfilm and our creators have created space to tell her story a bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's great. We know where she ends up. We know where she is in Rogue One. For those, some people will have seen those deleted scenes that I did like nearly 20 years ago at some point. So I feel like all that information that I know I was able to bring here, and I think this piece for Mon Mothma, for all of us actually, 12 episodes allows us to really engage with character, to really discover history, to discover who these people are, and to engage with their fight. Hers is a diplomatic fight, but it's still a fight.
Yeah, she's in a very different place, than as when we've seen her. So how would you say Mon Mothma is different this time around compared to other times that we've seen her?
Well, we know in Rogue One that she's one of the leaders of the rebellion.
Powerful lady.
We start with her in Andor, steeped in empire. She is a member of the Galactic Senate, as you all know, and so she begins this story in a political society, trying to collaborate with people to engage in opposition to this ever-looming autocracy that is the Empire, that is Palpatine. She's trying her hardest. Obviously she fails, but maybe that's interesting to watch.
So now that you guys are both, back in the mix, I have to ask, what has been the most rewarding part for you of being part of this Star Wars experience?
Oof. It's difficult to mention one because there's a lot. The first was to be back into this family, getting to work with these amazing people, and exploring more with this team that I learned so much from. And then the expectation that your work kind of generates, That's something you normally don't feel. You normally go out there and try to get people's attention and hope they can, and beg for them to watch what you just did, to listen to the stories. And here is the opposite, The attention is there, the need for the stories is there. And it's quite special. It makes you feel like blessed, I would say that for me, the nicest part of this process is that I was invited from the beginning. As an actor, sometimes it's hard to being thrown there when everything is ready, when everything is decided and when camera is about to roll. And here I was invited to the whole process, and it gave me the beautiful chance to feel part of every decision, to understand every decision, get to meet with every part of the crew and the cast and the team, And this feels very, I feel I belong to this project, and the project belongs to me, and that's very special.
Genevieve, how about you?
I'm gonna have to go see the shrink after this. Can you imagine when I get home and my kids not even react to when I talk? They'll be like, shut up. And I'm like, but I got a story to tell you. Shut up.
All of our Spanish-speaking fans are like going absolutely crazy right now. So you guys just want to take over? So in 3 words, without spoiling anything, or else I guess I will probably get in trouble. What can fans expect from Andor?
3 words?
3 words.
12 episodes, 3 words? Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna go first, and then because we'll say the same words. I'm gonna say thriller. I'm gonna say adventure and revolution.
Sign me up. And before we go, is there anything else you guys want to say to the fans?
Sorry?
Is there anything else you guys want to say to the fans?
Oh, does he not have 3 words too?
Oh, yeah, no, 3 words. No pressure.
Ajá. And it's, see, that's what I'm gonna say first. I would say thriller, adventure, and darkness. You know, and may I say something else?
Yeah, please.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los que están aquí. Es muy especial, la verdad, sentir su cariño, la verdad, y a la gente que está escuchando esto en casa. Agradezco muchísimo su cariño y su compañía y espero este show les guste y espero sigan Andor y nos ayuden a que todo el mundo hable de él. Les mando un abrazo donde sea que estén viendo esto.
Well, guys, I know I'm very excited about this series, and we all can't wait to watch. Thank you so much, both of you, for coming and talking with us. And don't go anywhere, guys. There will be more Star Wars Celebration Live after this.
Thank you.
They're so proud of themselves. So fat and satisfied.
They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
to close out the first day of Star Wars Celebration, huh?
It's hard to believe we're only on day one. We've covered so much.
I know, and it's even harder to believe that the first day is coming to a close, but do not fret. We'll be back tomorrow with even more surprise guests, exclusive reveals, and if you're lucky, a little bit of fun thrown in for good measure.
I hope so. I hope there's fun. In fact, tomorrow we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, taking a look at the future of Lego and Star Wars and Star Wars in the Disney parks, and so much more.
So much more. We can't even talk about it because it's so incredible and so fun. Trust us, you will not want to miss tomorrow's show.
For real. So thanks so much to all of our guests today, our co-hosts, Christina, Kristen, Hector, Jordan, and Cameron, for hyping up the crowd all day long.
Oh, and most of all, thanks to you all out there in internet land for watching. Star Wars Celebration is the best. Star Wars Celebration is back! And we'll be back tomorrow with more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico.
Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
May the Force be with you.